from the snakes that smile in your face. Pardon my French, but I just wanna say, fuck you. Go ahead, tell them why you mad, cause you broke and you sad. And ain't nobody trying to fuck you. So I just wanna say, F-U-C-K.
Oh,
next week is for them hating ass bitches and niggas who thought I was gonna rot in jail.
That's what I wait for.
Who thought I couldn't do it again.
Yes, the left hook, the right motherfucking hook.
Yeah, well, the motherfucking queen is back, bitch. Go hide under a motherfucking rock.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. This is for them hoes that hate. Pardon my French, but I just wanna say, fuck. This is for them snakes that smile in your face. Pardon my French, but I just wanna say, fuck you. Go ahead, tell them why you mad, cause you broke and you sad. And ain't nobody trying to fuck you. So I just wanna say, F-U-C-K. Yeah, my sexiness offend you. You hoes ain't friends, but they try to pretend to. Snakes in the grass try to strike against you. Tell them why you mad, cause I'm fly like JetBlue. They even try to go through what I've been through, but they need to catch up, cause they in my rear view. I kick a bitch ass and I give me two shit. But you ain't even worth straighten up my hairdo. I tell them screw you, bitch go to hell. You saying my name, trying to get your shit to sell. And even though your girl been away, got low like Chappelle, I'm back in the club, got everybody yelling, fuck you. This is for them hoes that hate. Pardon my French, but I just wanna say, fuck. This is for them snakes that smile in your face. Pardon my French, but I just wanna say, fuck you. Go ahead, tell them why you mad, cause you broke and you sad. And ain't nobody trying to fuck you. So I just wanna say, F-U-C-K, you. Go ahead, tell them why you mad. What you spend on your rent, I spend on my Louis bag. I'm hot class, shopping on Fifth Ave. You keep the tag in your clothes so you can take it back. Mad cause you broke and you looking for a fix. But you want my autograph and you wanna take a flick. Tell them why you mad cause you looking real pissed. Jealousy is a disease and you looking real sick. Need to see a doc, your girl on top. Lot of bitches want my spot, but I got it on lock. Headed to the bank, I'ma get it non-stop. When they play it in the spot, let everybody holler, fuck you. This is for them hoes that hate. Pardon my French, but I just wanna say, fuck. This is for them snakes that smile in your face. Pardon my French, but I just wanna say, fuck you. Go ahead, tell them why you mad, cause you broke and you sad. And ain't nobody trying to fuck you. So I just wanna say, F-U-C-K, yeah. I'm real, I'm just saying what I feel. You hoes thicker than a $3 bill. Now the pre's back, you already know the deal. Only time you get burners when you on a treadmill. Yeah, it's like they always on your period. Tell them why you mad, bro. Tell them why you furious. You chicks crack me up, don't nobody take you serious. I laugh at them, make Eddie Murphy delirious. Listen here, don't hate me, hate the person in the mirror. So please keep that fake ass shit from over here. And everybody put your middle fingers in the air. And we gon' tell them haters, fuck you. This is for them hoes that hate. Pardon my French, but I just wanna say, fuck. This is for them snakes that smile in your face. Pardon my French, but I just wanna say, fuck you. Go ahead, tell them why you mad, but you broke and you sad. And ain't nobody trying to fuck you. So I just wanna say, F-U-C-K, you. Fuck you.
Is it just me, or do you just love Lil' Kim?
I love me some Lil' Kim.
Fuck yeah! What's going on, Conscious Crew? Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. Of course, it is your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. If you're new here, definitely go ahead and subscribe, because if I like it, but you're gonna love it. And everybody in the building, girl, y'all already know how this goes. Give me an old nasty piece of thumbs up. This helps with YouTube's algorithm, girl. It helps YouTube to recommend and to suggest and to send shit where the fuck it needs to be, bitch. And share. And everybody needs to make sure that they have the notification bell set to all, because you never know what day or hour the king is gonna be motherfucking kinging, bitch. Now, of course, I had to bring back my handy-dandy co-host, Reckless Logic. How are you doing tonight? Thank you for gracing us again, honey. I knew this was a topic you certainly just could not turn down.
Bitch. You know I had to be here.
Oh, before we get started, Reckless Logic is a whole motherfucking content creator himself. Can you tell the people where they can find you on your social medias?
Alrighty, so my Instagram is Strictly Reckless, and then my YouTube channel is Reckless Logic, which is the name you see down below. And I'm also on Big O.
That part.
Now the ID tag is Reckless GWORRRRL. That's Reckless BURREAU GWORRRRL. Thank you.
Moz,
Hey y'all.
Moz, if you could please rotate some of Reckless's handles. I appreciate you guys so much. And shout out to the Moz. Hey, everybody in the building. I will be dropping the link because I know y'all like to sound the fuck off, girl. And let me just preference this dialogue, girl. Oh, why my supporters been telling me that I got them saying, hold on.
I don't know where the hell get that shit from.
Motherfuckers be at the restaurants as Shoney's girl and Red Lobster girl, or nasty pizza waitress come up and ask them, y'all ready to take your order? Hold on.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Yes, child.
Not you got these people out here doing this shit.
Hold on, let me write disclaimer in the chat, girl. I know it ain't gonna help, bitch. But we're going nasty piece of disclaimer. Hey, Night Rider. Hey, Just Be Real. Hey, everybody. Hey, Oz. Hey, Plain Jane. Hey, Nurture the Culture. Girl.
Oh,
girl.
Girl.
Nah.
What is with you in that?
Look, now, I don't give a damn what you hear tonight. I don't care how strong the vowels are on the words utilized in tonight's commentary. I think it's safe for me to speak on behalf of me and Reckless Logic. I can promise y'all, we not no Nicki Minaj haters, bitch. I can promise you, bitch, no matter what you hear tonight, bitch. I can promise you, baby, we are not no Nicki Minaj haters.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, I make an old nasty distinction between stands and fans. Fans are rational admirers of a person's work and presence. Now, keyword in fan, bitch, is rational admirers, okay? They have the capacity to still give credit where it's due. They have the capacity to give a motherfucker they roses. And they also have the capacity to give constructive criticism, to call out blatant wrong. Okay? Fans are rational. Now, stands is an irrational gutter snipe from right up out of the hood. Okay? Yeah. They reprobates. You can't talk no sense into them. Ain't nothing but perfection as far as they are concerned, bruh. There's room for nothing else on the breakfast plate, baby. No sausage. No motherfucking waffles, girl. No bacon. Just all grits. It's a plate of grits, bitch. That's it. Ain't room for nothing else on the plate as far as Dan is concerned. I consider myself to be a fan. What would you say? Because I know your relationship to Nicki is, I don't know if you would call yourself a fan even. What would you call yourself?
I won't call myself a fan, but if I like a song, I like a song. Now, the only reason why, because we're going to get a little preferences. I'm going to preference myself too. When I first fell in love with Nicki, it was with the came up and I'm a little self-centered, but did I kill the queen? I remember seeing her when I was like on my auntie's big giant TV, and I was like, oh, I live. The bitch was wearing this color hair. I was living. I was like, yes. But then, the whole thing that happened between her and Kim, for me, even though I was at a young age, I was like on this whole thing of let's see the other side. So I started to see certain things and I didn't like, and I was like, oh, I don't like that. But then not only that, but I guess as time went on, I started to notice things, and then it kind of just turned me off from her. Because for me, I'm not one of those people as I can separate the person from the music so much. The thing with me, well, I'm gonna say at times, but the thing with me is that if I feel like if I see something of the artist, the person, whatever, it can turn me off from their art, honestly. But if I like a song, I like a song.
Okay, so then, what would you classify yourself as right now?
Not a fan. I just like a song.
You just like a song. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Where you at? I can't see you up in here.
Not you got me up out of here.
Why I can't share everything? Oh, God. Oh, just knock you right on out. Yeah. Okay, so let me run. Okay, so y'all heard it. I am a fan of her music, but we'll get a little bit into the nuance of it, y'all. And then, and Reckless is just here. Okay? Now, I'm on my old nasty piece of intro, girl. We're gonna hop right into the minutia, as my boy YB Entertainment would say.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, y'all, so let's just get straight into the motherfucking shit, bitch. Now, you guys see right here we have on the screen, girl. This is a podcast on Joe Budden's old nasty piece of YouTube channel, bruh, that he had did with Miss Nicki Minaj, baby. It was about a 2-hour-long discussion, okay? They sat up in this rented mansion, girl, at the bottom of the steps, okay? And had an old nasty discussion about the industry and the state of rap music, and Miss Kim was also referenced in this discussion, girl. And I just want to get into some things because I'm going to reasonably assume that most people's takeaway from this dialogue was positive. Okay, they felt like Nicki Minaj gave Kim her flowers. That was really refreshing. She came off and sounded very mature to a lot of folk. Matter of fact, let's go ahead. Hold on. Let me bring this up, honey. Let's read some of the comments, because I don't want to be telling y'all no lies, bitch. Unless I got to. Hold on. I know it's breaking news going on everywhere, girl. This will probably be a content creating night, to be honest. I'll probably, once I end this discussion, probably come right back to y'all, girl, with what's going on in the situation. So, okay, let's just read some of the comments under the podcast to just see what the general public's takeaway was. Hold on. Hold on to your love. You got to hold on. Hold on. Oh, okay. Let me put us to the bottom. Something you can definitely identify as and with Reckless. Okay. Someone said the way that Nicki and Joe teased this interview on her Instagram live makes me anxious. I don't know why. The queen will speak. Update. I freaking love this interview. So much positivity. Somebody else said, I appreciate this conversation for many different reasons, especially the part concerning our people. Owning everything we do is key, top to bottom. Own everything, just like how our ancestors did here in Turtle Island prior to any foreigners arriving here looking to have a new world for themselves, period. Someone else said she's exposing the whole industry and being respectful and classy about it despite differences and disagreements she has with certain labels, artists, and even brands. This woman is speaking facts. This whole video, listen to this, is a whole clear and conscious cause. Bless me, girl. I felt that building up. I said, bruh, dust. Okay, this interview.
Bitch.
The dust, girl, off the interview, child. It's doing the most for me. When Joe and Nicki are getting along, they have amazing chemistry. When they optimize their masculine and feminine energies, it's so powerful and captivating. Someone else said, you can tell how settled her mind is. She's so at ease and calm, and she doesn't seem irritated with any questions. Someone else says, I've been following Nicki since 2008, and all I know is that for her to mention Coi Leray and especially FKA Twigs, it literally made me love her even more. Someone else said, I have no idea why Nicki is not being recognized for how huge, special, iconic, trendsetter, and legendary she is. It has been angering me for years. Nicki is everything I aspire to. She is gorgeous, powerful, and unforgettable. Someone else said, what a great interview. Someone else said she spoke nothing but facts. So you guys can see that there's pretty much been almost a majority vote that this interview was great. Now, co-host, I know you watched another one of my conversations on the Yes God Round Table. Bitch, first of all, don't use none of my talking points because they mine, bitch, okay? They my talking points, girl.
Girl, just so you know, this is my area, so I don't need your talking points, bitch. This is where
y'all girls need everything from me. I'm the little Kim of this shit, girl, okay?
Okay, sis. Okay,
all y'all
sis.
bitches is my sons, okay? Now, you my favorite. You my favorite of the sons, girl, but, son nonetheless. But what was your takeaway, or what was your experience? Did you even watch the whole fucking interview?
I did. Okay, so from the interview, get my notes. I'm gonna start with the positive.
Oh,
all right, so I'm gonna start with the positive stuff. I did like that she was being vulnerable at times. Hold
on. Go into what you felt she was being vulnerable about.
I was about to. Okay.
Oh.
So I like that she was talking about her insecurities, as in when it came down to her body. When it talked about her getting ass shots and stuff, when it came down to Wayne and Drake and stuff. Well, I don't know if she said Drake, but I know Wayne for a fact, where she said that they will always have big booty women, talk about big booty women, and also use them for the music and etc. And also when she actually made it very clear that they also made, I don't remember if she said Wayne. I mean, if she said Drake, so I'm gonna say Wayne. Also said that Wayne made jokes, remarks, even though at the time she would laugh and, oh my God. However, she did say it did affect her, and she did feel insecure, and she felt like she was lacking in that area or whatever. So I did like that part of the interview where you actually get to see, I would say it's see that she's human. Damn, they're like, I don't always want to see that you're this idol. Like for me personally, I don't always want to see that you're this idol. I don't always want to see that you just this up here type of bitch. No, lower yourself. Like my thing is, I want to see you when you like, did something hurt your feelings? Like show me that you human, so I can be able to connect with you. Because if I feel like you up here, I can't connect with you.
Did you forget the time that she cried about Cardi B on the Motorsport song at that radio interview?
No, I'm talking about being genuine when you're crying about it. That's a difference. There's a difference. I felt like she was being genuine when she was talking about her insecurities. Now she did mention her pregnancy. Now the thing with me, I really do enjoy when Nicki talks about her pregnancy and her son and stuff. Now she did mention that she did have writer's block because she was just so concerned about the baby and all the different types of things. And I felt like that was kind of cute, only because it showed that she was like so nervous about her child, and especially dealing with the time era of COVID. It showed that she was like she was excited for her first baby, her baby boy. Something, keep in mind too, something that she always wanted, because she always said, I want a big fat juicy baby boy, and that's exactly what she got. And it just to show you that her focus wasn't even so much on the music. It was focus was on, okay, I'm pregnant and I have a life. I'm bringing into this world a new life. So I need to know what I need to do when answering her questions. Now this is going to take a slight turn. I like the fact that she had a bit, catch my words, y'all, a bit of accountability-ish, when it came to her album and also when it came to Queen Radio. Now, when it came to her album, she said that she didn't think that it should have been put out at that time. Reason being is because it had so much, in her words, bullshit going on around that time. And then on top of that, with Queen Radio, she said the thing with Queen Radio, which keep in mind, let me say this. Y'all pay attention, y'all. I'm giving her 10s. The bitch is awesome at Queen Radio. The bitch, if she get done with music and she feel like that's not where she want to be, go to radio, ho, because you awesome at it.
And
but the thing about it, tell her yes, she's awesome at it. Oh yeah, because she was eating up on that Potomac, bitch. She was eating it up. But anyway, but I keep paying attention, y'all. I'm giving her 10s. But the whole thing behind it is that she said that when it came down to Queen Radio, is that everything it was good, but it just wasn't presented well. Like her album was, people took it for the art. Oh my God, I love it, but it just wasn't presented well. And she said I don't know if she said she regretted that, but she said that she kind of felt a little bit of a type of way. And that's me paraphrasing about how it was presented. Because at the time with her and all this stuff was going on.
Yeah. And I think she said that she wasn't in the right place. The energy wasn't right. And yeah. Now, how do you feel about the Queen album? Because the Queen album got like mixed reviews. Some people loved it. Some people felt like it was mediocre.
Actually, I'm gonna go to the track list.
Okay, girl. We don't have to do every damn. Ain't she got like 24 damn songs on there?
I don't know, bitch. Because I listened to it was some songs in there I loved. Queen album. Hard White was one of them. And keep in mind too, y'all. Actually, I'm not gonna get into that because people swear they know her music and know who she be talking about. But yeah, I liked Hard White. I think that's the only one I can know on the top of my head. But I didn't have no problem with the album, except for like the subtle shade that she always does. And it's like, oh, I don't know, I don't do nothing. Well, we ain't get into that, but whatever. But I liked Hard White. I love Hard White.
Hard White. Now, hold on. Hard White featured someone, didn't it? No,
I don't think so.
No.
Okay, here we go. So I like Barbie Dreams. But for me, I only like Barbie Dreams the last part because I love when she goes off, like she start going crazy. I like Barbie Dreams, especially the last part. I liked Hard White. I like Chung Lee. I like Good Form.
I can't stand Good Form.
Coco Chanel. Now,
Foxy, I love Coco Chanel. I love it. I wish they would have made a video for that shit, and it would have been like dark and blue. And they would have been like in this rugged club setting, and a lot of Jamaican grinding and winding, and you know that scene? What's that scene? Not Save the Last Dance. What's the other dance with the white girl from Fantastic Four? She starred in it. She was like a choreographer. Movie came out like in it. Honey. Remember when Honey was shooting the music video for the artist, and she was like, "Oh yeah, she was that's what I imagined for the Nicki and Foxy video." Like, I think that would have been sick on it.
But the only, I don't know, maybe I need to listen to it again because when I was like, no, the Nicki on it, I was like, okay, I'm here for when Foxy, and I was like, so maybe I need to go listen to it again, see what it gave for y'all. Let me see. I think that's the only ones I liked. On top of my head, and Rich Sex.
Now I'm gonna say I generally love Nicki's music, but like one of the Conscious crew members said in the chat, something about her person don't rock. Like I never looked at Nicki and was like, I want to know her, because I don't. But her music, and I like her music choices, like. You know, I even play a feel of myself in most of my intro music. Like, I love her music. Now, so hold on. So you got the good part out. So did you want to get into some of the things that kind of made you feel like, bitch, what the fuck?
Okay, let's get into what we came here for, y'all. Alrighty, be honest with y'all. All that positive BS, I think that's kind of BS a little bit. Only because it's like, the thing with Nicki that I do be like with her is that she gets in these interviews And it's like, yes, I'm living. Yes, you are doing it. But then when she get out of these interviews, she kind of go back to her old shit, and it kind of looks like what she said in the interview.
So what she reminds you of is like curly hair that's straightened. Like you can straighten it, girl, but then you know once you put that motherfucker out into humidity, girl, she does this, reverse back.
Yes.
Oh, nasty reverse back situation. Okay.
Yes, and then that's the thing, because I'll be like trying to constantly give her a chance, at least for me, because I'll be like, okay, I understand people grow, and I'll be like, girl, I'm starting to see the same thing, so it's starting to go back curly, bitch. No, stay straight, bitch. But no, that relax and don't stay in, bitch. So I will say this. So that's the whole thing when it came to the whole interview. The thing is, as well is that I think she has an art of putting stuff in there so people can yes, but then she sprinkled her little gem of bullshit, and I'd be like, girl, I caught it. They ain't catch it, but I caught it. Now, when it came down to the interview, I do believe she was using a couple of dog whistles. Now, 2 dog whistles I do want to talk about is whenever she used black men and black women. I felt like those were dog whistles. I felt like she was trying to get people, kind of pumped up, because she's talking about real issues that do exist. She's talking about real issues that do occur. But however, my issue with that is that you're also the same woman that said black girl tragic. You're also the same woman that your husband allegedly has a black woman that is going through with him in court, and allegedly you're threatening the woman. So it's once again, like I said, when you get in these interviews, it's yes, but then when you get out, it's like, girl, what are we doing? And I do feel like another thing with the dog whistle, I do feel like people don't really notice her BS a lot of times, because they be like, yes, the black woman this, the black woman that, but they don't really pay attention to the specifics of it. Yes, the black woman is a big issue, as it should be taken care of, because black women are mistreated in the industry. But let's not forget she participated in it. I'm just saying. So that's the whole thing with that. Now, another dog whistle was the whole culture thing.
Someone like keeping ownership of the culture, being better gatekeepers of the culture, so that people like Iggy and Cardi and Vanilla Ice can hijack.
But here's the thing, and this is the reason why I say it's a double-sided sword, because you say it's the culture and you like to be the gatekeeper when it comes down to music and stuff, but yet weren't you so mad that you put this narrative up that Lil' Kim was trying to be the gatekeeper for you? That's one. 2, you say that culture, this is my culture, you don't own rap. I'm sorry to tell you this, you do not own rap individually. So with that being said, you cannot be the gatekeeper who can and cannot come out. Now, the whole thing with that, you said this is my culture, but you don't use those same sentiments when it comes to Eminem, when it comes to Fat Joe. Now, I know what people are going to say. Well, lyrically, they're better and they prove themselves and But the thing is that, once again, when you get in these interviews, you say that. But however, when you get out of these interviews, it contradicts everything, because you say that, but yet you have a song with 6ix9ine, yet you have a song with Coi Leray, yet you have a song with people that people look down on when it comes down, quote unquote, to the culture. So it's kind of like, is you really trying to hold weight when it comes down to the culture? I feel like she picks and chooses when it's appropriate to say the culture.
So you sound like it's like selective outrage.
It's selective outrage, because you wasn't screaming at culture when it was 6ix9ine. You wasn't screaming at culture when it's Coi Leray, and she not the best rapper. You wasn't screaming at that culture when it came to Bia. So so that's the whole thing behind it. You're kind of selective when you do it. Now, I can get with the whole lyricism and stuff like that, but it's other things that's showing the inconsistency in what you're saying, honestly, personally.
Somebody
Now,
wants to know before you go further, what did Koi do? Koi
no,
love.
the whole thing when it comes down to Koi is that people don't see her as a lyricist and stuff. People don't see her as someone that's like a heavy hit rapper. And the thing about it, now I don't know her ethnicity, so I don't know. But to my knowledge, I don't know if she's black. Is she black?
I don't even know who the hell you're talking about.
Oh, never mind. Then the girl,
I've never even seen Koi
Benzino daughter. The girl.
I don't know who the hell that is. I better know who the hell Benzino that ass is.
Never mind. I'm in this alone. The thing with Coi Leray is that she doesn't come off as a lyricist, but the whole thing behind it is that
Benzino from Love and Hip Hop has a daughter who's rapping, who got a feature from the Queen of Rap. To be the Queen of Rap, you gotta sell records. You gotta get plaques. She got a feature with Miss Onika.
Wait, don't worry.
When did it happen?
It's coming out Friday. She's
it's coming out.
It's coming out Friday. Yes.
Oh, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Have y'all already heard the joint? Have y'all heard it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, so y'all don't know if it's. Oh.
I haven't heard it yet. But
ain't Benzino a no neck light skinned nigga?
Is he black? Well, then again, black is based on your character traits.
I'm sure I think he got some. Continue to talk. I'll look it up.
So the whole thing with Coi Leray, people don't look at her as a lyricist, and the whole thing behind it is that if you have that same energy for Coi Leray, well, if you have the same energy for Cardi, Iggy, and people like them, which is cool, just be like that across the board when it comes to lyricism. If you want to call a spade. Now, black and Puerto Rican, okay, but the whole thing behind it when it comes down to 6ix9ine.
Okay, hold on. Just pause.
He's not hard to coach it.
He's mixed. He is German, Puerto Rican, and he's African American.
Okay,
so his daughter is mixed race too.
Okay, because I was going to say Puerto Rican is an ethnicity, baby. Okay, so I was going to say this. Okay, so now when it comes down to this whole rap culture thing, let's dig deep into that because girl got notes. When she said the whole thing talking about when you jump on different trends, you become faceless. And this is the reason why I be kind of, girl, I be trying to give you your 10s and trying to, because, I do give her the blues, like my do-rag, but I do be trying to understand where she be coming from, but she contradicts herself because you say that when you jump on a lot of trends, you become faceless, but however, you have done almost every single remix that there is. When it comes to Bia, when it comes to when it comes to Doja Cat, when it comes to ASAP Ferg, 6ix9ine, like you have done a lot of remix, Pop Smoke, like you have done a lot of remixes and you have jumped on a lot of trends and stuff. So it's like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but baby, you're kind of in the same lane of what you literally just said. Now, the only thing that does save you is that you've been in the game for so long. So even if you quote unquote become faceless, they can't deny what you have done at the end of the day. Now, this whole penmanship thing, you already know how I feel about that. She picks and chooses when it's the whole penmanship. Because
when the queen of rap, you gotta sell records. You gotta get plaques.
Dude, but here's the thing about it is that you say this whole penmanship. But the thing is, you only use that against people that you feel like are not as a good rapper as you. When it came to someone that you felt like was equally yoked, or when it came to somebody that you felt like was a better rapper, that pen never came up. That penmanship.
Do you have any examples of
that? When it came down to Remy Ma, that's the prime example. Remy Ma. When it came down to Remy Ma. Well, we already know who's the better rapper bar-wise. Now, delivery-wise, maybe Nicki. But bar-wise, we already know, especially in this type of setting of directly dissing, and being a battle rapper, Remy was going to take that. Which is why you never directly came into the ring with her. Yeah, you kept sneak dissing her on a lot of records. But however, when it came down to head-to-head, we already know who kind of won that at the end of the day. And so the way I view it as is like, you talk about all this, talk about pen miss, da 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 da, and you was doing all this, but the thing is, you're so quick to do that with somebody that you feel don't have as much talent as you, but yet when you have somebody that's equally yoked or even a little bit better, now all of a sudden you don't want to do it no more. It kind of reminds me of somebody that kind of beat up on everybody else, but when they find somebody that's just as bad as they are, oh, I'm good, I don't want to do it. But what happened to your pen? Like, what happened to your pen? And so this whole thing about integrity, that threw me off the loop. Now,
off the cliff, just out of the window.
But I was like, the whole thing with this integrity thing is that, I don't know, for some reason, like, she screams integrity, but yet for me, because a lot of people don't see it all the time, she does stuff that contradicts, like, and I'd be like, that's not integrity, baby. And then sometimes it'd be like, you lying in your raps, but that's not integrity. Like, that's why I'd be like that. And this is the reason why I'd be like, when it come down to her, because I'd be trying to really give her a chance. Now, don't get me wrong, I got some songs up in there that I love. Yikes, I love Yikes. Hard White, I love Hard White. Move Your Hips, okay? Yes, ma'am. I love that shit, bitch. She ate that shit the fuck up. But the whole thing, like, this is why I be like kind of look back and forth when it comes to her. Now, this Hot 100 thing. Now, I do understand that she brought that up, saying that you know, when it comes down to the illest rapper and all these people, the Hot 100 doesn't determine that. And she's 100% correct. She's 100% correct. But the thing is, now correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that no one is really sitting up here saying that Cardi is the better rapper. I don't think no one can say that Cardi is the better rapper. So you're still trying to prove a point that's not even being stated at the end of the day. That's me personally. And you just said something that kind of reminded me of this whole own everything. And I do agree, and that was just one of the talking points where she sprinkled in her gems as in, okay, I can agree with that. This is a big issue and all the different and other things. But however, I do believe for me, when I see all that contradicting stuff, it kind of makes me kind of overshadow all the bullshit. Like, I'm like, girl. But that's basically what I got. They both rap nursery rhymes. Lord Jesus.
Those were very interesting talking points.
But that's assuming she was talking about Cardi. Who else was she? Keep in mind too, this whole number one thing, like having number ones, that never really became a big thing. Yes, she probably has talked about it before, but that never really became a big thing until Cardi had her 1, her 2, her 3, her 4, her 5. So, you know, it never really became that big of a deal, at least publicly. She probably stated it, but it never really became so much of a big deal until the whole thing with Cardi. Because people like, okay, Cardi's not that great of a rapper. Nicki has been in the game for such and such years and blah, 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 blah. But she don't have a Grammy. Now, in this interview, and I'm glad you said it because that they said it in the comment because it reminded me something. Mm-hmm. In the interview, Nicki stated that when it comes down to the industry, it's a lot of things that go into play. It's a lot of things that you can't just buy your way in and keep in mind too, once again, another contradiction. Because she said
payola.
It just pops.
It doesn't really work like that.
And that's the thing. And that's the thing that, and keep in mind, I didn't even write that down. It just came to my head. You said the whole thing about payola, but yet in this interview, you literally just said that
basically there is no such thing.
You can't just buy your way in.
She literally basically said that there is no such thing after dragging Cardi B for utilizing the payola system.
Yes, and also it like the whole thing when it comes down to damn, I low key I forgot what the fuck I was finna say, bitch. I was finna hit it with it.
I shouldn't have interrupted you.
It'll come back to me. It'll come back to me.
In this interview, Payola, Cardi B, no.
Number ones, 100. It'll come back to me. It'll come back to me, cause bitch.
All right. I agree with a lot of things that you stated. There were definitely things that stood out to me. I didn't clock the Payola thing. That was a good clock because I forgot that she made a whole big ordeal over Payola, only to say that you can't even buy your way into the industry, and then almost admitted that hold on. But then if she did, because if you did, she admitted she would have done just that. But go ahead, since
okay, because I was going to write it down. And the whole thing about it goes back to the Payola thing is what you literally just said. It has to do with relationships and certain things, and it goes back to my initial points. It goes back to my initial points. What I literally was saying. I literally was saying is that the thing I feel like Nicki is realizing is that the people she meet going up are the same people you're going to have to need or meet going down. So at the end of the day, yes, you may be this big time, like this big giant girl, and it's iconic trend setting, all these different types of things. But you have to realize every star has their peak, have a plateau, and they also have their decline. Now, whether or not how a person's going to handle or the public's going to handle that decline, that depends on the way that the public receives the artist or the person. Because obviously we can say up in Queen Latifah's decline was her transitioning over to acting in the music industry. Let me make that clear. In the music industry was moving on to acting. Same thing with Ice Cube. So, but the whole thing with that is that the difference, let me say this. Yes, Kim, she may have her issues. Yes, Kim may have certain things going on. But the thing about it, people love and adore Kim. Because not all, because bitch Foxy can. Well, I don't know. But people love and adore Kim. Because guess what? The people you meet going up are the same ones you got to meet going down. So that's it.
I want to say to some of the comments about Nicki clarifying that there's other forms of payola, like the legal way, which is relationships to DJs, etc. Yeah, so I don't know what the problem is. Anybody in any industry knows that relationships are a high priority. That's why you network. You network as a content creator. You network as an MC. You network in any business. It's all about relationships, which is also why we have to be very self-aware about our attitude and the way we come off and the way people experience our personalities, because you can't be mad that one person is more likable, therefore more favor is shown to her by the people she's in relationship to, and people feel like you're a little too edgy, or your rhetoric or your demeanor or whatever energy you gives off doesn't afford you the same luxury. Because of course, if I'm friends with someone in the industry, you should know I'm going to get exceptional treatment versus just any old body. That's the purpose of being in relationship to people. So sometimes when I hear Nicki speak, I feel like she's always mad at the game. I mean, she's always mad at the player rather than the game. Like, play the game and win. You told Lil' Kim to play the motherfucking game. You told Lil' Kim to get her motherfucking weight up. And so I don't know why. And that's the spiraling world of contradictions with Minaj, because she really doesn't know what she wants it all to rest upon. She doesn't know whether it needs to come down to artists being successful at being good at their craft, aka penmanship, or now that an artist is contending with you who has penmanship, now it needs to come down to Grammys and numbers and streams and awards. Or rather, she wants to blame it on, well, the people in the industry like her Therefore, they're showing her favor. Hell, even the church told you, baby, favor ain't fair, but it is. Go ahead.
And also, too, and I need people to also realize this also goes to Conscious point. You don't think because she was the protege of Lil Wayne that didn't have no influence on how she started her career? Not saying that Nicki was not a talented rapper, because she is, but it's the whole thing. You don't think that people was like, oh, Wayne, if Wayne co-signed, yeah. Same thing with Kim. You don't think Kim, being the protege of Biggie Smalls, didn't have no influence? Or well, because keep in mind, once again, this is a male-dominated field. So you don't think that didn't hold a lot of weight? So once again, and it goes down to the whole thing of what you said, get mad. She gets mad at the player, not the game. But the thing that with Nicki is that she has been playing in the game. She has, and that's the reason why she was able to be in the game for so long by herself. That's the reason why, because you knew the politics. You knew the politics. You knew what to say to the new rappers to get them up out their feelings. You knew how to allegedly manipulate behind the scenes to try to get them frustrated and get them to quit, quote unquote.
Hey, that's deep.
So like you know the game. You've been playing it for the longest, and you have your own tactics. But now that people are actually in the game, because keep in mind too, another reason why she was able to control the game, because she was in the game for so long by herself. And keep in mind, she was the #1 top tier girl. And so people, whether they liked Nicki or not, had to deal with her. But now, and also let's take this into context of how timing is everything. Because keep in mind, when Cardi B slid in, because it was a slide in, baby. When she slid in, keep in mind, Nicki and Remy was going back and forth. Keep in mind, Birdman and Wayne was going back and forth. Because even if Nicki had her power, had her professional team to try to keep rappers out or make sure they didn't get to a certain level or whatever. Because let's be like quite fair, a lot of people in high positions do that. It's the name of the game. So you have your people, but also you have Wayne and Birdman as well. Because keep in mind, if you wanted the top artists that's making a lot of money, you think they're not going to help secure your spot. But however, since both of them are going at it and they're not really focusing on all of those things, it makes it perfect opportunity. When Bodak Yellow came out, it went #1 and it slid right in. Because people started noticing. And let me go back to what I was saying before I forget it. And the whole thing behind it, and the whole thing behind it is this, is that you talked about the game, you criticize people for using the game. Now, people in the industry may not have liked Nicki, probably didn't like the way that she talked to people. We all noticed the alleged stories. But the thing about it is that once you already got somebody in the game, as a Cardi B, or somebody that you feel that's gonna stick, and also bring in, even if not as much attention to venues, they have somebody else to go with. Because it's like before anybody was in there, they'd be like, okay, Nicki, she may be X, Y, and Z. I may not like the girl. I may not even want her on the show, but she brings in money, so let's just book her. We just have to deal with it, allegedly. But however, they can be like, you know what? I ain't got time for her. We got Cardi. Let's go. She's easy to work with. Yes, she may not be the better rapper, but however, let's just go on. Let's come on, because we ain't got time for it. So it gave more choices.
Nicki Minaj, because I did a Cardi B and Nicki Minaj video last year. I forgot what had happened. I think it was when Nicki Minaj had re-released her mixtape, and people was giving reviews and stuff about seeing green, etc., the new songs, all of that, and it was like some controversy going on. And, you know, Cardi and Nicki reminds me of the difference between Nene and Kandi Burruss on The Real Housewives of Atlanta. While Nene has the spice and the sassy attitude, and, you know, she keeps it real. And that's something that we all appreciate, is somebody who's authentic and somebody who can just tell it how it is, like emboldened, etc. But then Nene started getting unnecessarily egoic and full of herself with it. And then she just started being unnecessarily shady and nasty and elitist for no reason. and then it turned people off. And then you bring in someone like Candy, who was humbled. She knew, you know, she had her coin. She didn't have to be boastful about being that girl because clearly her bank account speaks for itself. Clearly her credits on all of these songs that she's co-written with artists speaks for itself. Clearly what's understood don't need no damn understanding. And so Nene began to lose her pizzazz in the court of public opinion. And nobody knew how bitchy and arrogant and elitist Nicki Minaj comes off until somebody who comes off more humbled came into the spot, which was Cardi. And so to your point, I also felt like for a long time, Nicki Minaj, first of all, she's great at her craft. So there's a reason for her to be booked and for her to be very busy. But on the other end, she was being tolerated because her attitude stinks. And Cardi B came and gave an alternative option. And I've always said to people that you can be as talented and as smart. You can be the valedictorian. You can technically be that boy or that girl. And all of our parents have told all of us this throughout the age. Your skill set will get you in. Your personality will keep you in the building. Personality matters. The energy you show up with your peers, the energy you show up with the people who work for you, under you, around you, matters. The energy you present with in your social dynamics matter. And because at the end of the day, people prefer to like the person who they admire, not just admire them. We prefer to like our artists too, which is why we cancel their ass when they do something we don't like, regardless of how talented they are. We prefer to like you as a person. You having likability is equity. It's social media, public equity. People liked Cardi B more. She was a fun artist. Nobody liked her because she was a queen of rap. Nobody liked her because she had good penmanship. People liked her because she was fun and she was authentic. And she didn't take herself as seriously. She could talk about her pussy smelling like a sewer. She could talk about how these lace wigs are snatching out her motherfucking baby hairs. And now she edgeless as hell. She could talk about,
I've seen this bitch on live take a shit. Bitch, I'm fucking dropped.
I don't need no bitch being that authentic. Bitch. I don't need no hoe. I don't need no motherfucking nigga being that authentic, okay?
Bitch, that
but
shit
you know,
was
Cardi B was able to take on she was able to have a glamour about herself, which made you want to be her. And then she also had like a tangibility, and to someone else's point, to JJ's point, accessibility. So Nicki Minaj missed that. And she's been looking at Cardi B this whole time like, this don't make sense to me. Because I've already said, Nicki Minaj thinks like an Aquarius woman. She's not an Aquarius woman, but she has a very like masculine, calculated, left brain observations. It comes down to technical. So why is Cardi B winning? This bitch this is in her mind. She sounds like shit on a record. Her flow is immature and elementary as hell. She doesn't write. If she does write her own music, that explains why she sounds like shit. Like she couldn't make it make sense to herself. But once again, we're living in the social media age, and people are forgetting that personality means more today than it ever motherfucking has in history, because social media brings us right up close on a bitch, and you either gonna like what you hear and see and feel up close, or you motherfucking don't. So Cardi B was friendly. That's something that Nicki Minaj never came off in her music. She never came off in her posture. She never came off. So Cardi B is winning in the court of public opinion, which is why it doesn't matter that she doesn't have a heavy pen or a good pen. It doesn't matter that some feel she's a poor executor of rap music. It doesn't take that, because at the end of the day, there's a reason why, despite what your talent is as a musician, you still have to undergo artist development. You still have to be marketed well. You still have to be advertised well. And labels put hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars into image. Image matters. So Nicki Minaj is trying to reduce the standard to something that never stood alone as the standard. It's never been about penmanship. It's been about the overall picture you can paint of the person you're selling to an audience. And like I said before, I feel like Nicki Minaj only leans on the writing shit because that's just what she happens to be good at. If Nicki Minaj did not write her motherfucking music herself, she would not be holding to this belief that it should come down to penmanship, and penmanship. She just wouldn't. Now, there was other things that I want to, before y'all start seeing me as a hater, okay? Let's talk about some of the most neutral parts of the interview, okay? I like when her and Joe started talking about Aaron Adams, the New York City mayor, who was trying to basically get rap music canceled or drill music canceled because he felt like it was, violent and problematic and blah, 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 blah. And I liked, them basically talking about how race and color
plays a part.
Influences that it creates like a policing of the content and the art that Black people create when white artists celebrate violence, money, sex, anti-society, anti-Christian establishment that's largely built upon the heavy metal genre and the rock genre. Satanism, all of that shit you can find in heavy metal and punk rock, etc. music. So I love that conversation. There was major reality to that shit. Like you two, I feel like Nicki, the dog whistling, she knows what to say to. She knows what would trigger the Black community. She knows, like, Nicki sometimes reminds me of that Black pastor who no, he don't really know. He don't have a refreshed word for this Sunday, but he knows that anytime he's speaking about that gay shit, that homosexual shit, that he gonna get his but he knows what would trigger a round of applause, and sometimes it does, to your point, feel like that to me as well. Now, I'm about to sound like a hater. Just FYI, just somebody type disclaimer. I'm about to sound like a hater, just so they know, bitch. That's what it's about to sound like. Okay.
Well, just so you know, I gave all my points and I tried to explain it so you can try to see where I was coming from, so I didn't come off as a hater. All right.
And I'm not
do your best, baby.
My fucking allergies are fucking tearing me up, and I'm not about to hold back. The part of the interview when, okay, so first of all, hold on, wait. Before we get to me being a hater, I just like that all of my assessments turn out true, because in all of my Nicki Minaj commentary throughout like the year and a half, I've been saying how Nicki Minaj is definitely very competitive. This is why if you listen to her metaphors and her rhymes, she's always comparing herself to athletes. Athletes are what? Competitors. LeBron James, Michael Jordan, and even she mentioned athletes, as an analogy in this motherfucking interview. Okay? And I thought it was telling that she said she needed a sparring partner, because I know that, well, when Joe Budden was saying, you always kind of sit with the niggas and really not with them, aka the females. And Nicki Minaj basically, in so many words, admitted that, yeah, she likes to sit with the niggas because that's what she feels the pressure at. She kind of low-key admitted that she hasn't seen competition in female rap yet. She hasn't met her match in female rap yet. And so she gravitates more toward the boys. Okay? Which is why, to my point, I feel like I've always said that Nicki Minaj has a more she has masculine energy. She looks very feminine, but she has a lot of masculine energy, and she thinks largely like men do as well. Okay? So when she was saying that she's a little gay boy, you know, during the Roman revenge era, that she had a little gay boy living inside of her. I actually think that in her past life, she actually was a reckless 16-year-old delinquent male. Okay, that she might have been some type of little bootsy teenager. Okay, this wild spirited bitch, but nonetheless, okay, she says she needs a sparring partner, and this is why she gravitates toward Foxy Brown. Now, for me, you know, I said, Nicki, stop it, girl. Your whole career, initially, you coming on the spot, girl. 100%, 101% of your references and inspirations, which was largely Lil' Kim, not Foxy damn Brown. So it was interesting to me that it felt like Nicki was still in a place where she didn't want to give Nicki her roses, because you have 50,011,000 documentaries. Okay, Playtime is over. Part 1 and Part 2 is an epic 2-hour documentary, well, 4-hour in total documentary that pretty much highlights how fucking obsessed Nicki Minaj is with Lil' Kim, and how she went out of her way and made it her business to copy and paste Lil' Kim's career in every which way, even going as far as to admitting and stating that she feels she could fill Lil' Kim's shoes and then take it even further. So I thought it was weird that when she had to speak about what female artists she gravitated toward, that she did not insert the obvious name, because, like, duh, instead, she yielded to Foxy. And I was thinking to myself, well, why can't you still say it? Like, why aren't you, at this point, you're a wife, you're a mother, and you claim to be real, and you're grown. Why is it that you still don't want to give this woman her roses? Because you can't backtrack out of 100 interviews you did in the first 2 years of your career, and now all of a sudden not really reference Lil' Kim, when you're literally a carbon copy of her. So that made me be like, oh, Nicki, see, girl, I was rooting for you. I was looking for these moments in the interview to like justify you being able to be a real ass bitch, despite, like, let me tell you, I would have gushed over Nicki if she would have came off as like, you know what, I don't like that whole we have our share of problems, I don't get down with her, I don't feature her these days. But however, you know, that bitch, there could be no Nicki, there could be no Nicki Minaj without the queen bee, without the honeycomb bee herself. There could be none of this. Like, I wanted Nicki Minaj to demonstrate a level of maturity that I feel like I'm still missing. You went to Foxy fucking Brown, a bitch I can count on how many hands you've mentioned her in 25 damn years.
Let me say this. Wait, yeah, let me say this because about that Foxy Bus. I actually forgot to mention that. And the thing is, for people who just don't seem to get it, oh yeah, she probably liked Foxy, and that is true. She probably did like Foxy.
Did. And she's mentioned Foxy too.
But the whole thing behind it is that, once again, whenever we start to talk about this Nicki and Kim thing, people don't seem to understand or get it or grasp it. So let me go like a tad bit further, a little bit. It's the same way how people both like Nicki and Cardi, and you know that they love Nicki, but yet they mention Cardi. It's like, girl, you know damn well you lying, because bitch, I had you wearing the pink wig, but now all of a sudden you mentioning Cardi. So there we go. That's it. I'm gonna eat my food.
These are the moments I'm looking for, because you got to remember, I like her musically, and I recognize her as a talented lyricist, talented writer, and a talented rapper, and as a beautiful woman. But for me, it's not the talent that's in question. Well, kind of, but not really in question, because we'll get to that shit too. But it's the, like, it's the character I'm looking for now, like the humanity. Like, come on, Nicki. Like, come on, bitch. Like, you done been in so much fuck shit throughout the years, as you said. You know, you allow, you know, you like, girl, you've not been a great person. You've been an exciting artist to witness for 10 years, but you haven't been a great person. To your point, the Black Girl Tragic shit was whack as fuck to say that. To have a predominant 80% queer fan base, and then to allow Eminem to come on to the Pink Friday or whatever the fuck the name of the album is, and to utilize the term FAG, and then when your queer fans confront you and push against you and hold you accountable, you pretty much tell them to get the fuck over it. Pretty much give them your ass to kiss. When the Barbs are 85% young gay men doing the most for you. And then on top of that, young Black gay men, and you allow a mayonnaise ass motherfucker, a mayonnaise motherfucking toxic nigga to get on the track and to utilize the word FAQ, and there's no conversation about that. Then post nightclub happens, and people are looking for resolve. They're looking for you. And I guess she forgets tweets. Like this one. Let me find my shit. In response to what's going on in the country, what's going on down in Florida, I don't know how the hell I did that. That I believe what the Bible says, and I won't change my views. I do and say what I want. We know that it's breaking news, but we're here breaking news about Joe Budden and Nicki Minaj's dialogue. How does that make sense? How do you have the audacity? So you basically expose yourself for pandering to whatever audience will take you.
Integrity.
But then expect to be seen as an integral person while you constantly prove that you, to your point, Reckless, play the motherfucking game. If you got the same queer community that she had nothing to say when post nightclub shooting happened, that she reinforces the Bible, which also is a whole joke in and of itself. You are a hypersexualizing woman speaking freely who doesn't require a husband to have a say-so, who pushes threesomes and menages and sucking dick and cosmetic surgery and twerking and everything that the Bible stands against, claiming that you have a moral biblical stance on another community. It's the literal fucking hypocrisy of a motherfucker's democracy. Like, won't even begin. But then the same LGBT community who is largely responsible for sustaining her career, even at its lows, she turned around and also admitted that she panicked once again by saying that she's not even into women. She's strictly dickly. But earlier on in her career, articulated herself as a bisexual woman, played into that whole I like girls thing, and then was called out for pandering. Once again, so to Reckless' point, Nicki, you are one of the players. And you played the game too. You might play it much differently than Cardi B plays it. You might play it much differently than Iggy Azalea plays it. But baby, you cartwheel, pussy pop, and contort and bend yourself accordingly and mold yourself accordingly to get the fuck in where you fit in at. And now apparently she's back saying that she likes, she said she likes a girl more. But then turn around and say, no, I'm strictly dickly, married to a whole man, bisexual aware. I believe what the Bible says, bisexual aware. And I ain't changing my views. Bisexual aware. I like girls well. I like them more aware. I like titties and pussy aware. Well, I believe what the Bible says. Well, okay. Just wanted to do that right here. We'll revisit that too. You got something you want to say?
And let's not forget, if you want more of a recent incident, where she was on Queen Radio and she had callers calling in, and she had feminine gay men, I don't know what their race, ethnicity is, had feminine gay men calling in. And so she had her husband there, and she had her husband and the whole crew, his whole crew, whatever, his whole posse, and they were making fun, laughing at the feminine gay men on live. So it's not like it's something that's alleged. This happened on live. I heard it myself.
I mean, well, if she,
I'm like,
but no, of course she would do that to us. We're talking about the same woman who filmed the mentally ill woman on the sidewalk having a manic fit and laughed and gawked and wanted to use this mentally ill, seemingly homeless woman on the side of the street as her mule, as her point of entertainment. So, of course, she could let the dudes call the gay girls FAGs. Of course, she can mock and gawk at an effeminate gay man. Of course, she could be anti-black and all in the shit in which she said. Of course, I mean, when you can stoop as low as to make fun of an obviously mentally ill person,
I forgot about that,
and thought that was cute.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, you can be a dirty bitch in any other capacity. Of course. So that doesn't shock her. Making fun of a gay person isn't more shocking to me than her making fun of a mentally ill person experiencing mental illness at the time.
Damn, I totally forgot about that. And I remember, because when I seen that video, I was like, y'all really, like, that pissed me off. And I'm like, really?
I'm going to be funny. I feel like a lot of people who stand, not fan, but a lot of people who stand for Nicki are other narcissistic, slick ass, bitchy ass, arrogant ass, elitist, I'm better than everybody ass people. I feel like those are the only people who stand. The stands are just it's just a group of fucking narcissists. At the end of the day. They don't want you to remember these things either. Now, she goes on
This bitch.
In the interview, girl. Now, this is the part that really fucked me up. This is the part that I'm just like, I didn't get it. I thought it was wild. When, to your point, and this is why I call the interview, like, the interview was bullshit. When what you would call her being vulnerable, talking about her ass shots, okay? The ones that she told Big Sean ain't hard no more. You know, they're soft, juicy. That her getting her ass shots was largely basically due to patriarchy and the toxic masculinity that exists in rap culture that made her insecure about her body, and conversations amongst Wayne and the boys and all their locker room fraternity barbershop ass rhetoric basically made her feel like she had to come with a bit more than just a strong penmanship, which to my point is, girl, you played the game, including assimilating to the beauty standards of the industry. It's playing the game. If you really, truly believe that the queen of rap is not predicated upon Grammys and awards and live streams and comes down to authentic talent and penmanship, then why did you even utilize assimilating to those toxic masculine standards of femininity to do so? Why did you even fluff your ass out and fluff your breast out and further these images through your platform upon other Black women who make up a large portion of your fan base too? Now, what I thought she was gonna press the gas when she went there, cause Nicki always, like, she starts, like, she opens the door and you're like, okay, we finna get, girl, we about to then like wah, 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 wah. Like, it's like foreplay but no sex afterwards. Like, the build up and then she drops the ball. Because I thought what she was going to say, because she did speak about what, regretting, you know, regretting that and how that influenced her self-esteem and played off her self-esteem. But I'm just like, but bitch, how are you going to sit there and say, I felt pressured to assimilate my body this way? And I'm aware that I don't think it's right. I don't think it was the best choice. And I did it out of insecurity. But then you build your whole entire fucking image off of being a sex symbol in that way and using your surgery largely as the steam behind your career. Every song is about that surgical ass. Every video is about that ass and them titties. Every image and poster is about that ass. All the clothes have to be customized to emphasize and highlight the surgical ass that you are aware as a woman was not fair pressure that you put onto yourself out of insecure, and then you shared that insecurity in the form of a standard to other women. And nowhere in the music is there a denouncement of adhering from your insecurities as a person. Nowhere in the music does she become J. Cole or Kendrick Lamar and start speaking the woke shit and using her artistic medium as a way to perpetuate a more enlightened message about the dangers of being a young Black woman under a white patriarchal construct and doing things on behalf of fitting in, doing things on behalf of making other people happy, and doing things based upon how you're viewed and perceived in other people's eyes. Nope. You continue the sunken place psychology and use the pain body and the truth you know deep down about the pain behind your surgery and why you did that. And you still sell that to women and then claim to be pro-woman. Claim to be pro-woman empowerment while you help perpetuate the sickness and cancer of toxic masculinity upon women. No, but you just don't do that. You don't stop there as pro-woman. Not only do you sell a false image of woman to women and also make them believe that something is wrong with their natural bodies because they're looking at how proud and grandiose you are about yours and all of the success you've been able to acquire as a result of your assimilation. But you feed even more into toxic masculinity by going and marrying one of the most toxic motherfucker, like the staple of toxic masculinity. A whole fucking gangster thug who is a 2-time convicted fucking felon, has murdered a man in one instance allegedly, and has RPED'd a woman, a black woman, allegedly, in another instance. Where does the blatant bullshit and hypocrisy and the extraordinary explicit level of hypocrisy end? Well, does it end? Every time Nicki Minaj goes to speak, I hear several other things she said in contrary to what she could say right now. Every sentence that comes out of Nicki Minaj's mouth is followed by, precedes 17 contradictory statements. And not just statements, 17 contradictory actions. Pro-woman. Women, get plastic in your ass and in your titties. Women, marry men who have abused women. Women, measure yourself according to your ability to assimilate and very superficial and egoic qualities as a person. Like thinking that you're better than every other bitch and the rest of them are in fact your sons. Pro-woman, but my songs are very anti-woman because these bitches are my sons, and I ain't talking about Phoenix. Bitch, I do's what I pleases. I live where the motherfucking trees. Beezus. Pro-woman. Well, use a stupid hoe. Use a stupid hoe.
So that just came to my
Pro
mind.
woman. But that natural ass ain't keep that man at home. But that fake ass also couldn't attract a high value man to your ass either. You had to pick him right up out the pen, boo. You had to get him straight from writerprisoner.com, baby. That fake ass ain't poor no better But I think we can see a stark contrast in Jay-Z versus Kenneth Petty. So it is something about that natural ass that keeps on giving what needs to be given, and that understands the motherfucking assignment. It's something about that natural ass, baby. Now, I know that you over there holding on. I think I got one more point. It also in the 2 more points. In the interview, she was talking about the necessity for identity, how important it is for you to have your own identity. Identity. We have to know who we are. I never want to be inauthentic to myself. This is what she said in the interview, in the podcast, in the dialogue with Joe Budden. Says the person who not only stole from Lil' Kim, largely stole from Lady Gaga with all of the over eccentric dressing, and then didn't even know how she felt about giving the girl credit for her being influenced by it. On one end, it was a compliment, and then on the other end, y'all need to get over it and see me as an individual. I'm not like anybody but Nicki Minaj. The bitch even went as far as stealing from Iggy Azalea in music video concepts. She has literally penny pinched and extrapolated inspiration from every successful motherfucking female, not only in rap, but in pop culture, Britney Spears and all. And yet, people need to be their authentic self. Well, I guess that would work out well if your authentic self was being a copycat and thieving ass, not being myself ass motherfucker. If that's what the identity is. Missy Elliott. Hold on. So that part makes me how someone can sit in an interview as a whole carbon copy of someone else and then preach authenticity and identity. Like, what the fuck are you talking? What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? You can't even use the phraseology of identity. You don't. The problem is, bitch, you don't have any. You have zero identity. You've tried to give the toxic rap world what it wants, and then claim identity. Claim you've been true to yourself. No, who's being true to themselves are the girls who are still struggling not to even chart because they refuse to assimilate in the ways that they could to be successful. The Dej Lows, the Rhapsodies, the people who are actually relying on their individuality and their penmanship and their authenticity, who don't want to get a fatter ass and fatter titties and don't want to do videos gyrating and shaking, which I ain't got no problem with, all over the place. Let's not act like you're sitting in this seat and sitting in this position 15 years, 20 years later, because you've been an individual pioneering the industry. When you've pulled from every other revolutionary female in pop culture and rap to even be where you are, you've emulated all of the fucking best and didn't even emulate it and make it like and add your own ingenuity to it. You just literally copied and pasted. Lady Gaga copied and pasted. Lil' Kim copied and motherfucking pasted. These women. You didn't even take it and revise it and make it your own. You just literally took my thumbnail and uploaded it as your own. Took my caption and uploaded it as your own. But it's sitting here talking about how important it is to be a fucking individual. Whoa. Girl, you wouldn't know where the fuck to start with individuality. the real bitches who should have been on that podcast, who should be in Nicki Minaj's position 15 years from now, or the girls who we know exist in the rap world who don't get half the visibility, don't get half the fucking streams, don't get half the goddamn charting, don't get half the motherfucking bookings, don't get half the goddamn accolades that Nicki Minaj, who's a little Kim, little Missy, little every motherfucking body's clone. She just basically looked at the scene and took everybody who's successful and created herself in the Frankenstein image of that and sold that, and is preaching individuality and authenticity. You have to make it make motherfucking sense to me. You gotta make it make motherfucking sense to me, bitch, cause it fucking don't. The audacity. And this is coming from a bitch who is a total individual. The motherfucking unmitigated gall to act like you a bitch sitting there with your own ingenuity reinventing the motherfucking wheel when all you did was rob one hamster wheel of his wheel and lodge that motherfucker against the glass window pane of your hamster cage and ran amok in the kingdom. There ain't a goddamn thing authentic and unique and original about Nicki Minaj, aside from the goddamn hot air balloon they use to fluff out her motherfucking ass and her motherfucking titties. That's the only goddamn original shit she got moving in all of her motherfucking being, bitch. You could never fuck with Kim B, who had no reference for a little Kim before there was a little Kim. That bitch had to invent it. She had to create that mother. She had to create Adam and Eve from scratch, bitch. You the result of Adam and Eve having birth. She had to create the blueprint for the new female hyperfembot anatomy. And then you sit your ass up there for almost 2 hours with this high top ass Baang wig and only give Lil Kim credit or only feel like it's time to speak her name as it relates to you both being on Vogue. Bitch, that's the most you can say about Lil Kim, bitch. It's that, well, we both deserve to be on Vogue. I'm not, girl. It should have been 2 fucking hours dedicated to nothing but the Queen Bee. Bitch. Everything you say about yourself is actually, in fact, true about Lil Kim. And Joe, nappy knot-headed ass, is full of shit for not having Lil Kim in that chair first before he allowed this bitch who is her son to sit there. You should have had the queen there first, bitch, and then you let the other bees follow. I had no idea what the fuck Nicki Minaj was talking about for 1 hour and 45 minutes. My mouth was to the fucking floor. Like, what the fuck is she talking about? I had no idea. And you only bring the queen up, the bitch who gave birth to you. Queen Bee had you out of her asshole and her punani, bitch. She had you out of both holes. And you only say her name because both of y'all should have been on the front of some white man's ass magazine. And you think you belong there after you done killed the queen, the Alexander McQueen, bitch. and you talking about the culture needing to belong to us, but you're sitting here crying clown tears over white people not validating you with a Grammy and white people not validating you over putting their ass on their white ass magazine. But we need to protect the culture and we need to, as black people. In the words of Phaedra Parks to her ex-husband Apollo, Nicki Minaj, get away from me with this. Get away from me with this. Because I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'll let you segue.
I was waiting, bitch. Because I just thought about something. Now I'm just gonna, So I just thought about something when, whenever Nicki has this conversation of, always aligning herself with the men, which is very patriarchal or whatever. But the thing that I find funny is that when it comes down to the penmanship, once again, she said she feels like no one's ever on her level. But however, in every single beef that she had, they have ate her up. Remy has ate her up. Kim lyrically has ate her up when it comes to Roman Revenge and Black Friday. Keys has ate Nicki up. And so the thing that I be trying to find funny is that when it comes down to these other girls like Kim, Remy, and Keys, it doesn't come to the penmanship, it goes to success. So you see how the goal keeps moving? Now, I do want to talk about your whole thing when it comes down to identity. Because, girl, that was the first thing I was like, I know this bitch did not just say, here's the thing. Yes, you mentioned Kim on the whole thing when it comes down to being on Vogue or whatever. But you're only saying that because you're not on that. Like, that's what you're saying that.
Not only that, she feels she the one who put the girls onto the pink wig. She the one who brought pink wigs into the equation. She's not getting the credit.
Exactly. Come on, Notorious B.I.G. I know exactly what video that is.
She brought the pink wig up. She need to be acknowledged for the pink wig. The pink wig. Okay, continue. The pink wig.
Because, bitch, I'm glad you brought that up. And another thing too, I'm glad you talked about the whole thing about her taking from other women and stuff, and talk about you gotta be true to yourself and blah blah blah. I was like, girl, because bitch, you haven't seen Playtime Is Over, the fucking document, girl, no. And then this whole thing about being true to yourself, but that goes back to our point earlier. You say be true to yourself, but yet you pander to a whole community of individuals who either struggle with their sexuality or they have had struggles with other people because of their sexuality at some point. I would say for the majority. And then you come out and say, oh, I'm not gay. And then you come out, I'm bisexual. And then you come out, okay, I'm straight. And then not only that, you come out saying how you a whore. Well, I'm not gonna say she says she's a whore, but she displays whore behavior. Ain't nothing wrong with it. But you display whore behavior, calling yourself Miss White, that came from Kim, calling yourself Nikki Lewinsky, all these different types of things. But then yet, when you and Cardi got into it, you wanted to make it a plain statement how much of a quote-unquote whore that she was and how she displayed whore behavior. But I'm like, did you not forget how the hell you got into the game and what was your whole thing of you slurping in interviews around a whole bunch of men in the interview? So you don't remember all that type of stuff. And let's talk about this influence. I think the thing is, because when she did talk about her influence of certain things that she has influenced, once she brought it up, I was like, oh, okay, I can see that. But here's the thing.
Like what? No, enlighten me. Like what?
Okay, I think. Now I could be wrong.
This
When she
bitch
was talking
literally.
about,
Now hold on. Before you even say that,
yes,
this motherfucker is so thirsty for the credibility that she's just not gonna motherfucking receive in one lifetime. That she went as far as to say she the one who made girls start rocking middle parts.
Oh yeah, she said that.
This bitch said she essentially authored middle parts in hair.
Yeah.
You know who's responsible really for the contemporary middle partness? It's the Kardashians. That's their signature. The deep, straight to the bike, perfect middle part in the hair. She said she put the girls onto middle parts. Middle parts. And before you go on, let me say the celeb compound says Kim didn't ride pink wigs though. Guess who else didn't ride? She said that Kim didn't ride pink wigs though. But you know who else? You know who else didn't ride pink wigs either? Miss Nicki Minaj. She rode every goddamn color, just like Lil' Kim did. She rode every motherfucking color, from yellow to blonde to pink to blue to purple to lavender to red to long and black and 60 inches to rainbow to green. You know who else rode colored hair? Wanna know who else just rode colored hair? Queen B. Purple, green, red, pink, lavender, blonde, silver.
Well, there you go. Wait, there you go. Another pink wig.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Did I kill the queen? No, bitch. You didn't.
And keep in mind too, that whole Fendi print that came from Kim as well too. Having it on your hair and stuff and wearing it.
Go ahead, Regularly.
Okay. So when it comes to this whole thing, when it comes to influence and stuff, I think the thing is, if she had any type of influence, is that you're such a carbon copy, in the words of Conscious, of Little Kim. It makes it hard to make the distinction of what you've actually influenced, to be quite honest with you. Like, it's like because keep in mind too, yes, we understand that certain things don't look like, okay, this picture's perfect. I'm glad you brought this up. We can understand Kim's wig at this time is looking Party City. And we understand Nicki's wig is looking quite more quality looking. But also let's keep in mind of the context of the time. So that's like having an iPhone 4 to an iPhone 6. Can we really talk about what you've influenced where you're just a more updated version because of the times? It's like having an iPhone 1 to iPhone 7. It's always going to go back to the original at the end of the day. Sorry.
This is the issue you're going to have with Nicki Minaj refuses to believe that the reason why she can't be given credit is because she's not responsible and entitled to any. This is unfortunately the curse of when you don't have an identity and you body snatch somebody else's motherfucking existence just to have an existence. Just to have an existence. And then the burden and curse of going and accomplishing a lot of things, but never being able to have your name stand alone without Lil' Kim. That's the burden. I mean, yeah, you can cheat your way to the top. You can cheat on your paper. You can never learn the curriculum yourself. And then when you never make the honor roll, don't ever question why. Or when you can't get into the Ivy League school, don't question why. Or when you get kicked out and you're failing the course, don't ask why. Because you never actually develop the intellect and the comprehension to have real sustainability and to be deserving of actual fucking credit. You're not a real student. You imitate a student by copying someone else who was a student of the arts. And now she has the burden of going, and she can be a crossover artist and a pop star and run all the streams and everything else, and her name will never be without Kim's. That's the curse that will follow her. That's the karma that will follow her. You will go and make music and go do all of those things, and you will never be able to have your name as a standalone without Kim in the building.
Do me a favor. Click on Brenda King's comment. I want you to put
about this one here.
Yeah, Little Kim. Nicki did Little Kim better than Lil Kim could do Little Kim. Here's the thing. I like when people say that only because the simple fact of when you are the blueprint, when you are the wheel, like when you actually built the wheel, you already know what to reference.
Did I build the wheel that Alexander McWell?
Like you know what to reference off of. If that wheel wasn't there, how would you know to put this there and that there and know what works and what doesn't work? And how would you know that? Because Nicki is inspired by Kim. How would you know she would have even been inspired to do that?
Wait a minute. Tell me, when in the hell has Nicki Minaj ever? Is Nicki Minaj known as a dancer? No. But didn't Miss Kim win Dancing with the Stars?
I think so.
Yeah, I think she won Dancing with the Stars. If not, she was the runner-up. I also want to know, do anybody remember the... Hold on. Did anybody remember the dance break in Miss Kim's No Matter What People Say? I just want to know, like, when has Nicki ever pulled off choreography with the same level of execution and quality? All that bitch does is wind backwards. Little Kim actually knows how to successfully execute her old nasty piece of 8 counts. Nicki Minaj is a great rapper. To me, she sucks as an entertainer, which is why the bitch needs all the pyros, all the fireworks, all the crazy shit. It's to supplement for having no real stage presence. That's why she needs all the antics. Little Kim is not only a rapper and a writer, she's an actual fucking entertainer. That's why she's the queen. And to Nicki Minaj's point, hell, these are her words. I'm a rapper. Right. You remember that. When you tell another girls who don't write that you're a writer, remember that Kim is an entertainer and you're not. So don't even sit your motherfucking name in the same space as Little Kim. Just like she don't want none of the girls sitting their motherfucking name in the space with her who don't write. Don't sit your motherfucking name in the space with entertainers.
But Brenda, this whole thing saying I still think Nicki would have done her
Brenda,
thing.
hit the link, honey. Don't nobody want to argue with you from the chat, baby. Come have the conversation. Hit the link. StreamYard allows you to put up an avatar. Come have the conversation so you can really get it up off you, and Reckless can really engage in a dialogue. Hit the link. Hit the link. We here to get it all out.
But yeah, I am going to just comment to that comment. She said, I still think Nicki would have done her thing though, to be honest. But the thing about it is that we all have artists that have inspired us that we gravitate to. Now, the whole thing is that, yes, if Kim wasn't there, she probably would have gravitated toward Foxy. So who's to say that she would have came up with the whole thing of the colored wigs, of the whole thing? You get what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. Like, I don't think so. It's a reason why she gravitated towards Kim.
Nicki Minaj. Let me tell you when Nicki Minaj lost me. I'm sorry. Hold on.
Oh yeah,
Baby!
and that's what I was talking about. Yeah, when they was like, oh, I like when Cardi makes fun of herself. I'm like, so I guess you remember this? You remember that, right? I'd be like, girl. Yeah, so yeah, Nicki Minaj has acted before.
When Nicki Minaj fell on her motherfucking back, bitch, and just gave the fuck up on her BET performance while performing Sex, baby, when she just rolled the hell back and threw her damn legs to the ceiling, baby, that's all she got, girl. She gave all that could be given, girl. When Miss Onika, baby, just slung herself backwards, girl, and just threw the towel in, bitch. When she tried to give you stripper, girl, after she had them went on a nasty piece of Twitter rant and told the girls how they don't need to be sex workers and they need to go to school and get their education, while she rolls and drags her goddamn tea bags around on the BET performance stage, girl, to an old nasty piece of song called Sex, girl, and just threw her shit back, girl. Just laid on her back and gave up, baby. Because Cardi B was already here, girl. It wasn't no point in trying no more, bitch. She just slung it back like that, girl. And she think her name can belong in the same sentence of the Kawait B? Baby, bitch, Lil' Kim would never. Lil' Kim would turn a seizure into choreography before she just throw her ass on her back and throw it apart. Before she lay low and spread it wide, baby. Cardi B would never. This pose represents why Nicki Minaj's career has not satisfied her since. This represented her giving the fuck up, baby. Just threw it back on the floor, baby. Just laid down, rolled over, and took it. Sugar. This is an exceptional performer and entertainer. But nobody want to hit the line. Oh, we got my girl. Hey, Brandon.
Hey.
Hey, babe. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
We wonderful, child. I'm going to let you and Reckless get in the gauntlet.
Hi, Reckless.
Hello.
So what you feel?
I just want to say that I just feel like people go too hard at Nicki. Like they're too critical of her. Not like they are of other rappers. Like everything that she says, I feel like it gets picked apart. Yes, I think you guys are right on the things that you're saying, but I just wonder why we don't give this other energy to other rappers.
Give me 1 second. I'm researching something.
So you don't feel that Nicki Minaj is just as hard on other rappers?
I think she is on female rappers, yes.
Okay.
And you guys were talking about that earlier, how she is misogynistic towards other women.
Mm-hmm.
She has internalized misogyny.
Mm-hmm.
So
what's the difference then? Ain't like what's good for the goose good for the gander? Like if she can be critical, folk can be critical, because critical is gonna meet critical energy.
Right.
Because the more critical you are of other people, the more people are going to be critical in the observations of you, because you're setting the bar high by establishing what the bar is.
I have a question. So are you aware that my fault. Are you aware that Nicki Minaj dissed Little Mama?
Dissed whose mama?
Little Mama, the rapper.
Oh. What did she say again? I know that somebody had said that she said something, but I forgot what it was.
Don't worry, I got you. And the reason why people are critical of her and pick apart everything that she says, because typically everything that she says is coded. So in her 5-star chick verse, she said, I just had an epiphany. I need to go to Tiffany's. Fendi on my slippers and my cookies always slippery. I don't need help. I pay my bills on time. So I be yelling, fuck them with the dildo sign. Pay attention. 5, Little Mama, you a 3-star. I ain't sleeping when I say I'm in my dream car. Oh, did I stutter?
I know what time it is.
Some Barbie, bitch. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Harajuku Barbie.
Barbie. Now keep in mind, now this is like, you'd be like, oh, she's just talking about, Little Mama, or just saying Little Mama in general. I was in my chair. I was gluing my weave in. When you hit the stage, they was booing and leaving. So no one remembers
she
the whole
referencing the infamous VMA performance where Lil Mama graced the stage with Alicia Keys and Jay-Z during their Empire State of Mind performance.
So it's stuff that she says in her raps, in her interviews. Nicki is a shady girl. Let's just be honest. So a lot of times when she says stuff, I'm not only paying attention to what she says, I'm paying attention to her attitude. Even same thing like with if you paid attention in the interview, when Joe Budden asked her about the verses, they was like, oh, Nicki, all you want to do is play a whole bunch of hits and slaughter somebody. And Nicki was like, no, I'm not gonna do that, because I'm coming to it as a rap fan. And she said, it has like a nostalgic, type of vibe to it. And then you paid attention to her demeanor and the way that she moved. She did like this. Little stuff like that. You gotta you have to pick up on it. And it's a lot of things that she does, and I'd be like, hold up, bitch, I just caught that. Now the next bitch may have caught it, but bitch, I seen it. Like the whole thing with Hard White. Her verse with Hard White. People talking about she's talking about Cardi B when she said stripping, but keep in mind too, in the context of her songs, she wasn't talking about Cardi B. She was talking about Eve. Reason being, see, there we go. Once again, you got to pick apart everything that she says, because when she was talking about it, she was gonna release the album, but however, it got postponed because something happened. Hard Work was already created. Speaking of it, give me a second. I'm gonna pull up the verse. I'm gonna point it out to you.
So
yeah, but I agree with a lot of your guys' criticism about Nicki. Like, it's hard to deny a lot of the things that you guys say. It's just so blatantly obvious. And I love Nicki. I love her music, but she's just, like you said, I don't think she's really a likable person. But a lot of artists aren't. A lot of rappers aren't. A lot of celebrities aren't likable people, really. I just don't understand why
What do you think about her screaming like female rappers, especially Black female rappers, be honest, they need space, they need autonomy, they need to be at the table, they need to be in the director's chair, they need to be at the meetings, but do you feel a way about Nicki Minaj having the resources, having the visibility, having the wherewithal and the bandwidth and the Wi-Fi capacity to actually put other rap females on and do that at all? She literally was okay with being the only one there.
Yeah, and that's another thing That's another thing I don't understand about her. There are rappers that she does like, or she says that she likes, but she doesn't put them on. And so it is obvious that she wants to be the only one. She wants to be the queen bee. She wants to, and it does seem like she kind of does want to erase Little Kim from the whole situation and kind of just make it be her. But
because if she could do that, that is what she would finally be able to get the credit for being original, something that she can't do because Kim actually exists as an entity.
right.
She can't get that credit because Kim is a presence responsible for her. But I've wondered why the women's community have not had a lot of pushback against Nicki Minaj, especially when she acts like she really cares about the state of female hip hop. But to Joe Budden's point, and she didn't even refute him. She fucks with the niggas. He ain't even like challenge that. He ain't even like take the conversation further and be like, well, why is that? Like, why has there been no camaraderie? Like, why haven't we seen you really go out of your way to put other female rap on? And when I say that, people always say, well, why should Nicki be responsible for that? We don't apply that to the men. That's because the industry is largely made up of men. The gate is wide open for men. There's more than enough men in rap and hip hop space. Nicki is aware of the disparity and the shrinkage of female presence in hip hop. So why not be mindful of that and fill that void and actually usher in female talent into rap space?
I feel like a lot of people, they're afraid that if they put someone else on, then they will be, it's a threat to them.
Out.
Unfortunately, I really feel like that's how a lot of people think when it's just one or just a few, like they don't want to be outshined or they don't want them to take their spot.
Do you also think it's weird? Do you also find it interesting that she has fell out with damn near every female artist she's come into contact with? She's damn near work with them, then end up unfollowing them, or there's been some type of a mess like around it, to the point that even Joe had to ask her, how much time do you spend alone? She basically said 99.9% of the time I'm alone. And I'm just like, yeah, Nicki.
Maybe she doesn't trust people. People have maybe done things to her too, though. It's not just one way.
For sure.
Like we don't know what happens behind the scenes. We don't know everything. So people have done things to her too. And I think Nicki doesn't trust a lot of people.
But
that comes from somewhere.
I'm sorry. I have to step in.
And hold on for 1 second. Do you feel like it's largely, but do you feel like you can't be untrustworthy yourself and then yet expect to be able to trust others? Like,
how is she untrustworthy? Exactly. I don't know. I don't get, like, how is she so untrustworthy? Like,
okay,
this is where I tag you in.
I know that she has moral issues. She has a lot of moral issues. Like, she has a lot of things that she's done that I don't like being married to who she's married to. I don't understand that, and I'll never understand it. It'll never make sense.
Okay. So let me jump in. All right. So the whole thing, I find it very fascinating, interesting, how when we start to have these conversations when it comes to Nicki, when it comes to other things, and the point you literally just made, saying that, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. So which means that, people have probably disrespected her. She don't trust them, which is probably a true fact. But the thing is that when we start to have these conversations and we talk about people that have actually made allegations against Nicki, the whole thing is behind it is, we don't know the facts or whatever. So with that being said, we don't know the facts, so we cannot take that into account for people's, even though they have made allegations, we cannot take that into account based on the opposing team's argument. So with that being said, we can't take that into account of how she, quote unquote, has been disrespected behind the scenes because she has not said nothing, so it's all alleged. And so typically when we start talking about people's experiences of her without further proof, it's always alleged and it doesn't hold any weight when it comes down to the opposing people. Now, saying that she's untrustworthy, This is the same woman that literally has dissed Kim, took her whole identity, worked with the people she's worked with, and had a whole narrative put on Kim that she was the one starting stuff and going crazy. And she knew what she was doing, and she was, well, I would never do Kim. And they asked her, so Roman's Revenge, who was that about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. You start laughing.
And let's not forget she was begging Kim the whole time before she got on. Don't forget that part. She was trying Little Kim's dick hard before she got on.
Oh, Jesus. So it was a lot of that going on.
Oh, now, my bad.
Can I just say one thing? Yes, I do think that Nicki is sneaky. I do think that she does shady things, you know. But Little Kim does too. Little Kim disrespected
Little Kim
Naturi,
whole image
who played her in the movie. What about that, y'all?
Wait, say it again.
What about Little Kim's disrespect to, I forgot how to say her name, but the girl from Power, the woman from Power.
We know that.
So Little Kim is good for being disrespectful to other Black women or other women too. Little Kim's not innocent.
Out here crying on the same level every time somebody says something.
Those are apples and oranges a tad bit, only because we're not doing it based off of one incident. We're doing it based off pattern of behavior.
Yeah, because I was going to say that too. That Little Kim has like isolated incidences with women.
Mm-hmm.
There is a pattern, a consistency behind Nicki.
But don't isolated incidences add up to having a pattern of behavior?
Huh?
I mean, you say that Little Kim has isolated incidences, so you're referring to more than one, right? Doesn't that eventually?
Well, honestly, the only one I can really think of is the one with Foxy. To be honest, I mean, she practically gets along with everybody from the Brat to Missy to Megan to Cardi to to Left Eye to she's largely surrounding herself and acknowledges and works with professionally other female rappers. She doesn't have like consistent strings of distress, you know, and baggage behind her when it comes to the female rap world in general. Matter of fact, the world that Little Kim comes from, which, I mean, of course, you know, there's going to be outbursts and fights, obviously. However, generally, those female rappers, even when you like look at, when you talk to MC Light, Queen Latifah, when you talk to the girls from way back when, they never really thought of themselves as individuals. They thought as a collective, as a community. Kim also had a similar mentality, which is why you see her everywhere during her prime. But Nicki is like, even if she starts with a girl, she don't finish. Like, it's always a bad ending.
Yeah,
and let's not forget
girls. That is true.
And let's not forget, she came in the game on some Eminem beef and stuff with every female rapper that was out there at the time. She went out of her way to beef for people that won't even try to beef for her. When you put out that type of energy, you got to expect that energy to come back. Just like Eminem had to take his backlash for sitting out there beefing with everything that won't nail down. Little Kim came in the same energy.
And to Purple Lover's point, if y'all watch the Playtime is Over documentary, they literally have footage of Nicki Minaj pre-mainstream, where literally all of her rhetoric is, none of these bitches on my level, none of these girls are on my level, out with the old, in with the new. Like it's all individualistic. It's all singular, self. There's like no attitude of unity or togetherness or nothing. And once again, this is the burden that female rappers have, because they know that if females have any fighting chance in the industry, it's not going to come from male rappers giving a fuck. Black female rappers are going to have to give a fuck about other black female rappers for black female rap to continue to grow and evolve. Men are not going to give a fuck enough and are not conscious of the lack of female presence in hip hop. That's going to have to be a community agenda and something that's going to have to be like the women are going to have to be mindfully aware of that if they honestly want other women to exist in female rap.
And to his point, because I know what people are they're already low-key doing it in the chat before I seen this, is that they're going to conflate dissing each other and the whole competition of rap, and they're going to conflate that with what Conscious is saying. We're not saying they can't sneak diss or diss anything like that. What we're saying is, based off the testimonies of other people, people are saying that Nicki, she has a tendency of doing stuff behind the scenes, as in trying to make sure other people don't work with them. But the thing about it, like it's a lot of things that she does behind the scenes. And that's the reason why they're saying that, okay, we can diss, we could go back and forth. We both can quote unquote play the game, because it's the competition, it's the nature of rap that she talks about all the time. But the whole thing behind it is that we're forgetting that people are also talking about them talking to award shows, making sure that people like Future don't work with other female artists, rappers, making sure that certain things get done, making sure that on the award show, I think BET Awards, where Erykah Badu was over there trashing Iggy Azalea, instead of you actually saying and being positive, you decide to make a shitty remark. If Nicki spit, Nicki wrote it after she was trashing Iggy Azalea. It's stuff like that. It's like, oh, okay.
And to answer your question, temptation, it's nothing wrong with being confident, but like my mother always said, don't do something that you can't handle coming back to you. She has a habit of talking mad shit, and then when people give her the same energy she gave them, there's a problem. Then she in her feelings, then she's crying on the internet.
But
so
that's what
you can't be
all
out here
celebrities do. So all celebrities do that.
Done it, no ma'am.
All
you don't
rappers,
see everybody going after
that get on their platform and cry to their fans.
Okay, repeat what you said, Brenda, because I didn't hear.
Oh, I was just saying that is what all of these rappers and artists and celebrities do. They get on their platform and they cry to their fans. I mean, she doesn't do anything that anyone else doesn't do, but for some reason, it's an issue when she does it. I agree with what you guys are saying, but have that same energy for everybody else.
Well, and I don't say that.
Nobody's having.
Let me just say this: for the raggedy, dusty, motherfucking relaxer, broken ponytail having ass motherfucker in my email right now, giving me a dissertation that I'm not going to read about how they feel about my feelings and perceptions and attitudes about a motherfucker who don't pay their light bill, electric bill, nor don't bring a buggy of motherfucking groceries to their front door is, if you got something to say to me, motherfucker, you can hit the motherfucking link like everybody else up here is doing to have the dialogue. Oh, your email will not be read, bitch. You will not get a reply, bitch. And if you feel a motherfucking way about my Nicki Minaj motherfucking rhetoric, bitch, you can suck my motherfucking ass, bitch. And if you want motherfucking receipts, oh, let me pull up the only motherfucking receipt you need, bitch, which is this motherfucking playtime is over link, ho, and you can run that motherfucker tonight, bitch, and then get me another motherfucking dissertation tomorrow, ho, and then get all the motherfucking 2-hour-long receipts and this shit, bitch. Now get back to you, Reckless. Go ahead.
There's nothing like a Scorpio read, I tell you.
Go ahead,
Reckless. Yeah, y'all are funny.
Go ahead, Reckless.
Yeah, I forgot what the fuck I was about to say, man.
After that, man. Just make sure you add some bitches to it. That's all.
Oh my god, that shit is funny. But I think another thing that does, I think the thing that when it gets with Nicki is that at one moment she's playing the villain, the bad guy, and the next moment she's playing the victim. It's like, okay, bitch, which one do you want? You the bad guy, or you the victim? I don't know which one it is, but bitch, you need to pick one. Because when it came down to it, you came in here acting like you was the victim. When it came down to Kim, but however, you was really the villain, doing a whole bunch of shit. So I don't know. Oh, but I did say I wanted to talk about those lyrics. Give me 2 seconds. I don't want people to
in fact, bitch, I'm not mad at nothing, bitch. I'm up here having a good old kiki on my live stream. The motherfucking disgruntled, lonely, hungry ass for my motherfucking email is the bitch who's motherfucking upset. Ho, what I got to be upset about, bitch? I'm the one with the fucking opinion. I'm the one with the opinion that a bitch is disgruntled over. Okay, y'all go run that playtime. Is over. Part 1 and part 2. Okay?
Wait, Conscious, I don't think he was talking about you. I think he was sending stuff to you.
I'm sorry,
because I actually seen his comments throughout, or this person's comments throughout. So just mute yourself because you won't care right now.
I love you.
Honey, once that scorpion tail starts stinging, it don't care who it hits.
I'm looking at the comment section, child. Well, I'm over here dragging the wrong people, child.
Right, so she said,
I'm sorry.
anything with Nicki in it, they pocket off. Wait, it says anything with Nicki in it, they pocket off. I mean, profit off. My plug, drop it off. You see them copying my hairstyle, tell them, chop it off.
Child.
Bad girl with the top is off. It says, you seen the, it says, see him downgrade when me drop him off. I never played a whole position. I never have to strip to get the pole position. Hoes is dissing. Okay, so I'm gonna give you context of what she was talking about. That is towards Eve. Because remember, at one point in time, Nicki, she ended up I don't want to say cancel, but pushing back her album. And then on top of that, that's when Eve was on The View. I think it was The View.
Oh yeah.
A morning show, one of the morning shows, and she was criticizing Nicki, saying that she doesn't think that at this age she should be dressing so explicitly. I don't think you guys remember that. And so that is when
I remember that.
So that's basically where that came from. And this is the reason why we have to dissect everything that she says, because it's like, okay, you saying this and it goes over people's head who doesn't know the context and stuff. But trust and believe, she says everything outright. You just have to listen to it. Same thing with people think Roman's Revenge was only about Lil' Kim. No, it was about Keys as well too. Same thing with Good Morning, Hello, Good Morning verse. That was about Keys and Lil' Kim.
Mad because you took the spot. Well, word, that bitch mad because you took the spot. Well, bitch, if you ain't shit and didn't get off the pot.
Or the same thing with Bottles Up. Keys to the, it was like some keys to the because Keys had said in her response, well, the one before that, don't say my name no more. And so Nicki decided to come and Bottles Up. Keys to the. So when you understand the context of it, you're like, oh, okay, I hear it.
She never said anybody's name because that's a narcissistic gaslighting tactic. If I don't say nobody's name and instead I sub, then when the motherfucker reacts and goes crazy, I can say, I wasn't talking about her. I never said anything. I don't know what she's talking about. She's crazy, you guys.
But isn't that how rap is, though? Like, no, all rappers do that. Do they?
Old rappers names, or do old they rappers names
just sub them too?
Huh? Old rappers names from what I remember. We knew exactly who they was talking about.
Well, another thing too.
A lot of it is she feels people beneath her, so she won't even bother to name your name because she doesn't see you as an equal. So she's going to name you.
Right.
And, okay, so
hold on.
Too, I think
before you go the reckless, because I think you about to jump. No. I just want to say I have no problem with female rappers doing whatever the niggas do. Like they can beef, they can go to war, but my issue is like
own it.
It's not even the ownership. It's the fact that once again we have to keep in context. It's okay for men to do that. Because when they go to battle, it's 50 billion of them that exist on the battlefield. Everybody's going to eat and win. There's not enough women in hip hop for Nicki to have the stank ass attitude that she holds. She's discouraging the presence of other female rappers. Like, why do you feel the appropriate thing for you to do as one of the only notable female rappers in the industry, aside from a few now, that instead of once again putting out the welcoming mat, because it's only 2.5 of y'all, that you just gonna drag, intimidate, gaslight, and put up a defensive, unwelcoming posture against the League of Women trying to come up out the barrel and get to their promised land through rap and hip hop too. Like, it'd be different if the female rap world was just as populated as the men's rap world is, but it's not. And that's what makes this energy so fucking weird, in lieu of also her being so pro-woman and so pro-female hip-hop rap. But you would rather be like, bitch, you can't contend with me, sit the fuck down, you a clone, you an industry plant, you a then, rather than find some way to help populate and grow Black female rap. Like, I don't understand why that's a thing.
Conscious, can I share something with you?
Yeah.
I can share it, and then if you could share it onto the screen, because this is where Nicki lost me. Okay, so let me share it, and then I'm gonna tell you where she lost me, and I ain't never came back around. I feel like some songs and stuff, but hold on.
What female rappers welcomed her into the game? Kim?
Okay. Right there is where she lost me. Okay. This goes way beyond we're both wearing pink hair. This is a very unique and eclectic look that you clearly stole. And that is also a typical narcissistic trait, to clone yourself and copy yourself after somebody, then act like you are an original.
It's the gaslighter.
Yeah, it's the gaslighter.
But that's all Nicki Minaj. The reason why people struggle to see it or to acknowledge Nicki Minaj as full of shit is because she's actually talented and she's actually good at rapping. So it helps to put this big cloak over her bullshit, because, you know, it'd be like when a non-stinking ass motherfucker is full of shit, it's easy because they already don't have a talent to help disguise them, so you see it for what it is in plain sight. But when you actually have a talented person on their bald-headed hoe shit, it makes it harder to really persuade or to really see what's going on behind the scenes or in the nooks and crevices or in the underbelly or subliminally or indirectly, because what's on the surface is talent. And so that's why I have to give it to Nicki Minaj. I love her music. She's a great rapper. She's a great writer. Right. But she's also got the single Black female sociopathic energy about herself. And she's deeply competitive and on the narcissistic fucking spectrum, which is why the same woman she honored so much coming into the industry is the same woman whose head she wanted. It was the same woman who she wanted to compete with in order to validate her own identity. A clear-cut, confident person doesn't have to, the only person a clear-cut, confident person is competing with is themselves. Beyonce ain't competing with nobody but Beyonce. That's why she's Beyonce. Nicki Minaj made her competition every other female. She made her competition even the woman she admired. What civil rights activist of today is out here competing with Harriet Tubman? What female activist out here today is competing with Rosa Parks? None. You revere your legends. You don't compete with them. You inspired by them. You don't take on a competitive edge with your legends. Nicki Minaj does, because she doesn't have an identity. and she's deeply motherfucking narcissistic in my fucking opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And her witchcraft is her talent, which makes her bullshit unclockable. It hides her bullshit because she's actually talented.
Mm-hmm.
But my third eye sees something else. I see how we see each other.
In terms of the civil rights activists, if Nicki was a civil rights activist, she would be coming out talking about, I had a vision. You know what I'm saying? I had a vision. Like, she's that type. You know, and be like, what didn't Mark say he had a dream? Now you got a bit like she's that. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, someone did say that,
and I don't have no problem with her being a clone. If she could be proud of the fact that she's a clone, if she could be proud of the fact that she is a industry thief, if she could own it, it would be no issue. The issue is you trying to act like what the fuck we all can see that you are. Like, like girl, who now you might can fool these motherfucking young people who own their mammy's Wi-Fi at home, who can't afford their own single bedroom apartment. You can fool them. They will buy your bullshit.
And then,
however,
sorry, somebody was in the chat.
Be in a room full of grown folk now.
Right. Somebody in the chat was talking about Little Kim. Nicki was Little Kim was in jail when Nicki was coming up. I'm like, Little Kim did a year. Nicki's knocking on 40. She's only a few years younger than Little Kim. Like, she grew up on Little Kim. Let's be very, very clear about that. She grew up on Little Kim.
And the thing, you know, the thing that gets me, because that same person, and please hit the link, because I do this for fun. But here's the thing that gets me, is that the same person said it's a competitive sport, guys, but forgot that we referenced that it's a competitive sport. We know that. But as Conscious said before, when there aren't a lot of female rappers, you don't have the same effect. And also, let's be very clear, to my point, it's the stuff that she does behind the scenes. Let's also keep in mind too. Cupcake and Sukihana just had their ones too. But guess what? They went back to doing what they do. So it's not that they can't diss each other. It's not like you can't go back and forth. And the whole thing about saying it's a competitive sport, guys, it's funny how when we talk about Nicki, it's about being a competitive sport. But whenever we talk about sheet theory, that competitive sport always gets put out the window. When Sheetha gets in the room, that penmanship and competitive sport exits the conversation.
It's a competitive sport when you have a opponent. For years, she was playing tennis by herself. Like that, does that really make you a winner? You know what I mean? Like, if you didn't beat anyone, did you win? That's what I want.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think. Oh, my bad. I was over here looking.
And why she only competing with women and not with the niggas? She wanna be in with the dudes, but she wanna make life hard as fuck and make the battleground difficult for women, as if she's the gatekeeper. But once again, when you gotta throw your ass on your back and throw your heels to the ceiling on a BET performance show, and have the nerve to like scream about being so talented when the only thing you're really talented in is writing, rapping, and copying a bitch's style. You're not a talented performer. You're not. I can't think of one memorable Nicki Minaj performance. Nowhere. I don't recall. Like even Roman's Revenge was even a fucking. She even copied and pasted the fucking Exorcist onto the stage, and there was so much shit going on the stage. I saw everything behind. So it's just like there's nothing going on there, and Nicki Minaj is just like she claimed that Little Kim is going down as a sore loser when she was asking Kim to shut her get off the pot. The fact that she's been nothing but whining and complaining about the Grammys and complaining about Kim and complaining about Cardi, like her whole fucking karma is being mirrored back to her ass. Like, and Nicki Minaj still has time to clean it up. She just got to be a real bitch to do that.
Right.
And that's the part she don't want to inject into her formula is authenticity and just keeping it real and really talking your shit. And I mean, she owes Little Kim more than just a I like her amongst all the other female rappers. I mean, she really Kim deserves an open apology from Nicki Minaj and a paycheck. And for me, I'm not going to be able to really get into her like that beyond her music until she understands the assignment, which is you need to really truly pay Kim homage. And I ain't talking about that backhanded compliment and homage that she do where she'll sit in an interview and say, I love Kim. And then, did I kill the queen to Alexander McQueen on a track? Or the bitch is just mad because I took the spot. You can't, that's what gaslighting is. Gaslighting is, I will be in your face. I will be polite and neighborly and lovingly. And then I'll do fuck shit in the peripheral of our relationship. And then once again, have you looking crazy when you can't get nobody else to see the ghost in the room but you. But there is a ghost in the room. There is a ghost in the room. And I feel bad because basically what Nicki Minaj did to Little Kim is she narcissistically abused the fuck out of Little Kim. She kicked Little Kim while she was down. The bitch was literally regrouping after she got out of prison. She was going through shit with her label, and Nicki Minaj sunk her motherfucking heel into Lil Kim's neck and had her out here looking fool and looking bitter and looking resentful and looking selfish and looking like she couldn't pass the torch on and looking nuts. And we know that Lil Kim don't need any more help looking crazy. We know she don't need no more extra help in appearing and looking crazy.
You know, I seen a picture of her today. She looked good, bitch. Because it was the makeup. Okay, I'm sorry.
Guys, thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here, lady.
Tomorrow.
I appreciate you, boo.
All right, talk to y'all later.
Hey, love. Nico, are you there, boo?
Hi, boo.
Hey, I almost forgot that you were sitting down. I had to move the screen out the way, but welcome to the stream. And what are your thoughts?
Oh dear, I didn't really think I had much to add to this Discord because you and Reckless got this one on lock. I'm not really. She lost me with her whole music. Okay, I'm petty with my black, and she lost me when she started calling herself Harajuku, and then she started saying she was Japanese. I understood the marketing to the other audience because she's the ambiguous looking type. But then it just made me miss Lauryn Hill and made me wish that Remy had more of a shine, And then I understand that she was trying to expand her audience, but she never brought it back culture-wise. And then like what Reckless said earlier, when what she's doing behind the scenes, she's with this mess, Wayne, Drake, you know what I mean? Those are her friends. So it's just like she lost it with me there. And then hearing what you're saying, it just sounds sad, like what she did to Kim, because everybody knows what Kim went through with even the bleaching and everything. So why would you pick her of all people to target? And I remember when I used to work on an ambulance and I saw the girl's keys coming from her that got bars, and I never heard her respond. So I've been stopped following her. I was just like, I don't understand what she's doing now, but just pretending to be a Biggie was black, getting bread off the game.
Do you
be quiet?
I'll go ahead. I'll record.
No, because it's just hitting me.
Right.
Because it's really hitting me. I want you guys to pay attention, especially someone who knows her background. You guys, I don't know if you guys remember, but it was a time where her husband ended up getting in trouble. Well, was about to get in trouble, quote unquote, when he ended up having a weapon. Where they end up seeing a weapon on his live. And to my knowledge, he is a felon, I believe, allegedly. I don't know. He's in the jail system. I know that. To what extent, I don't know. Her husband. Her husband.
Whose husband?
Nicki Minaj's husband.
Oh, okay.
He's a felon. Yes. So I want you guys to pay attention to her art of deflection, because everybody was making a big thing, talking about he's going to get up in trouble. And you know what she did? I'm gonna tell you what. She said. She basically put up in her live or a picture or whatever. I forgot how she announced it. Basically said that she was retiring. And you guys when she said that whole thing ended up not even getting any more attention. And she continued to make music. That's the art of deflection. I just thought about it. I was like, damn, because it was something that that Nico said, and I was like, I totally forgot about that. She has an art, and that's why, and that's why when they're talking about the whole trustworthy thing, that's why I can't. She's not trustworthy to me because you say one thing, but you exhibit other behavior, and then you do like deflection type of things. That whole interview, like the whole interview was just the whole thing of I'm gonna say this type of dog whistle to get people going, but I'm gonna sprinkle in my shade along with my behaviors. I'm like, girl, I'm on to you.
And wasn't there another story with Birdman and somebody where they was trying to bring Kim out and she kept like, or they used her style or somebody's style? I think they stole where Kim first came out and she was exposing them for inviting her to the studio just for some, I think it was for Nicki Minaj to like diss her, take her style and act like she never met her or something.
Let me tell you how much of a team player Kim was. Kim was actually supposed to roll Nicki Minaj out. And yeah, like there was collaborative stuff being worked on in the background, and Kim was doing some records for the label, and then they kind of like moved her out, and then she actually saw and heard her own fucking song, her sound, on a future record of Nicki Minaj later. So they literally gave Nicki the fucking track, but she was supposed to be the one to kind of introduce Nicki to the world. It's supposed to be like kind of a passing of the torch, and it was supposed to be a great thing in Kim's own words. Kim, once again, has always been a team player. Now, that don't mean Kim won't go to jail over a bitch, but I'm just saying that, you know, in general, if it can be cool, it's cool. Like, Kim kind of reminds me of me, like, we ain't got to have no problems if it ain't no problems. If you want a problem, we can have the problem of all problems. But if it's cool, why not let there just be cool?
You over here got me thinking.
Hey, Heart of Inspiration. Hey, boo.
Hey, sorry I'm not coming on camera. I'm tired, y'all. I've been working all day. Okay. So first of all, you just said that made me wonder, because I'm a little older than some of y'all. If those men didn't protect her from going to jail, to prison, Kim, so that they could bring Nicki to the absolute front of the line, sometimes I wonder about that a lot. But Nicki, honestly, I'm gonna tell you something. Back in the day, way back in the day, this is nothing new. Like Aretha used to stop people's bags. You know, Whitney used to stop people's bags. Diana Ross used to stop people's bags. Like, there's always been this competition. And the women have allowed themselves to be a party to it. They begin to believe their own press, and that there can only be one. There can only be one queen of anything. So, you know, Nicki kind of went into that. I think she went harder, and I honestly feel like she herself now, at the age that she's at, she's almost 40 now, right? So, or is she 40? I don't know. But
Nicki?
Yeah.
I don't know how old Nicki is. I think she is 40, isn't she?
I think she is.
Yeah, I think if she ain't, she real close. You know, you get to that age, you know, in the Bible, that's the age of wisdom, when it says, you know, raise a child up as they should go. That's and when they grow old in the Bible at that point, it was 40. You can reach an age of wisdom at 40, and she's looking back and realizing she ain't gonna have nobody. She ain't got nobody in her corner, because the men don't care. And at the end of the day, they don't care. Nope. And she thought that she was going to be the queen forever, and they were going to keep her the queen forever. And it just didn't happen for her. You know, I don't feel sorry for her.
It could have, you know, like you're right. It could have, and she's around the wrong people. She didn't respect the sisterhood, and instead of, like, you know, embracing it, she tried to stand on it.
Yeah, exactly.
I just thought, y'all over here got me thinking, and these comments be having me going crazy.
Let's not forget, Cardi B was a fan of Nicki Minaj initially. And she said low-key that Nicki Minaj made her feel so unwelcomed in the industry. She was even questioning her career at that point.
So, yeah, because that's the life.
She's speaking with people that don't even have beef with her.
I listen to Nicki Minaj, and if I was a female rapper, I would be deaf scared. Like, I wouldn't even know how to even get at Nicki energy, because it's so off-putting. Like, if you're just looking at her persona and listening to her music, it's so territorial. It's so I don't see it for none of you bitches. Like it's and when that's what you're giving, you can't expect nothing sincere from me because I'm gonna do what I need to do to protect myself from you, even if I got to be in proximity to you. So for me, it might come off like I'm using you for a track or to get put on, but when you're not making yourself emotionally available to me in no other capacity other than for clout, when you're not making and giving unto yourself in no other capacity, then how can you expect people to want you for anything other than what they can technically gain from you, while you also play into withholding yourself? Like Nicki Minaj spoke in that Joe Budden interview and said she likes to be alone. She spends most of her time alone, and she acts like somebody who doesn't want to be bothered. She actually comes off as that kind of a person. So I don't understand how
But
you
I'm
can
pretty sure that comes from a
both.
place, though. She's not just like that just because. I'm pretty sure she's had enough people done her wrong.
But I don't want to
make
assume
her
that about her. She needs to be the one to testify to that. Just like everybody else is telling their story, Nicki Minaj ain't filling in the blank. She's not saying, I done been fucked over by this, or da. She's speaking as someone who's saying, this is my nature. This is how I am as a person. It ain't got nothing to do with trauma or betrayal or whatever. I'm just this kind of a individual, which is also fine.
I think it's a front, though. I think that she acts that way, but you know how people act a certain way, but behind closed doors, there's someone different. I just think that there's just a lot that we don't know.
But I agree with you, Brenda. There's some that we do know because we can tell from what it mean with what we have heard bits and pieces about what happened, like to her brother and to her and this, that, and the third. But I'm gonna tell you something, and this might be at odds. You might not believe this. I'm 53 now. It took me till I was probably in my late 30s, early 40s before I could ever really deal with women. I had virtually no female friends. I was in a male-dominated, I was a science major in college. I was in male-dominated industries. I'm the oldest of 4. I have 3 younger brothers, and my father basically was just like, you basically don't have time. There's no time for crying. There's no time for this. There's no time for that, and growing up and being a single parent and stuff like that. And it was just me. So I had no time for women. I despised my femininity. I'm just going to keep it a buck. I despised my femininity because anytime I showed any form of that, then the men ran roughshod over me. And to me, most women to me were weak. I'm just going to keep it a complete buck. They were weak. I didn't want to deal with them. Now I embrace my femininity, but I look at Nicki and I'm like, dang, girl, I see that. I see how that can be this. Yours is just on massive display. I was able to do mine without having to deal with social media and being a celebrity. So I'm not giving her any excuses. I'm just saying I understand how this can happen. She's given so much masculine energy. She can out-rap most men if we just want to be real about it.
Right.
She could go toe-to-toe and out-rap most men lyrically, go with their flow. Like,
well, if you want to be honest, be honest, most female rappers can. It's just that with female rappers, be honest with you. If you think about it, like they give Cardi a lot when it comes to rapping, they give Iggy a lot, but there's a lot of male rappers that don't even rap to that caliber, but yet they're still raw and stuff like that. Because female rappers are held to a much different standard and they're critiqued more when it comes to their skill set compared to men. That's true. Oh, but I do want to say this. Because I love having these conversations because I love seeing comments. I can clock it. But Jonah Baby, it says when it was talking about whole little Kim thing, talking about the whole song thing, say it was Birdman decision, not Nicki. Now here's the thing. My famous line, if it can go forward, it can go backwards. So the whole thing about it, Kim should not be mad because it was Birdman decision, not Nicki. So I find it very funny is because when it came down to Kim, they think that when it came to her being put off the song, she should not be mad. But my thing is this, if the car can go forward, it can go backwards, then Nicki should not be mad that Cardi told her to change her verse in Motorsport. Because it was Quavo's decision, not hers. Not that's Cardi's. True. So here, that's the reason why it doesn't weigh out. Because I'm like,
but this is my whole thing too with her in tandem with that, is that it's because once again, see, I'm not burdening. I'm not the one projecting onto Nicki saying she got to do something for female rap she don't want to do. I'm taking what she she proclaimed. These are her proclamations. These are the things she expressed in terms of how she see things. So I'm looking for her to do what she says she gonna do, not what I believe she should do. And there's a disconnection. And even with what Reckless Logic said, like, why are you not fighting for it? You have the power, industry-wise and socially, to do so. Even, okay, taking motorsport, for example. You tried to write a verse that was triggering as fuck to Cardi B, and of course you did, because you love to sub bitches, whatever. And of course you petty enough to sub a chick that you know you're collaborating with on her man's track. And of course her man ain't going for that, like the fuck. So yeah, you're gonna rewrite it. Then there's this whole big to-do over the scheduling regarding the video shoot. Cardi B and her sharing the same hairstylist, and it wasn't gonna work, and boom, 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 and boom, boom, pow. But because Nicki is the queen at this point, she's holding the head. And I'm sorry, I know some of y'all as viewers and watchers don't like when people are given a lot of responsibility, but I don't give a fuck. Heavy is always gonna be the head that wears the motherfucking crown. And if you're just not ready for that level of responsibility, you don't step into big girl, big boy shoes if you can't fit them and you can't rock them well. So it's too many motherfuckers, for one, going for the top spot who ain't top ready, who ain't got top psychology, who don't got top capacity, and that ain't my motherfucking problem. You either will do or won't do well at it. But if she really cared and she knew how big this moment was, my God, me and Cardi, like, Cardi is running up as princess, honey. She says she's coming up fast. She wants what's best for female rap. And she's Nicki Minaj. If Nicki Minaj truly wanted motorsport to happen, the video shoot, if she truly wanted that moment, and she knew how important it was, not just to her, but just for the culture of female rap, how powerful this was, how amazing this could be for all lovers, for those who love Cardi, those who love Nicki. We all know that Nicki Minaj could have made that shit happen. We know she could have. We know she could have, because she sits in all of her documentaries talking about how she's deemed a bitch in the industry because she's a boss. And people don't like it because she doesn't get away with the same things that men get away with in business, because there's a double standard in terms of how women can conduct themselves in business and how men can. So she has acknowledged her own boss power, her own boss girl energy. And I'm just like, Nicki, you don't fight for it, baby. Like, you talk a lot of this, and it, on the surface it sounds well, but I'm not falling for it anymore. I don't want to hear no more of this. It's time to show and motherfucking prove. And I feel bad for the female community in general, because I feel like patriarchy has really fucked up the women's community. Women now are pitted against each other in general. Women would prefer to have male friends over female friends.
Yep.
Women are more injured by the beauty standards created. Like, I feel like most of the goddamn social constructs impact women largely more so than they even do men who are the authors of those constructs. And it's just sad when women won't make space for women, and when women won't understand the assignment for women, because men damn sure don't, and don't give a damn to. So whatever's going to happen for women is going to, of course, have to happen through whatever male allyship they can get. But it's going to be largely predicated upon how much women love each other and are willing to set aside the petty differences and the stupid bullshit that they've been conditioned to adhere to, that puts them at war with each other, and look beyond all of that for the long run of what's best for women. I would put up with a so-called, even if a chick is a bitch, I'll put up with that bitch for the betterment of the state and status of women. Like, women are gonna have to understand the whole assignment in this motherfucker. They're gonna have to transcend all the shit that they use as justifications to not work with and not be creative with and not collab with, and all the excuses they have to not support other women. What women won't do for themselves, it won't get done. I'm telling you, men don't give a fuck.
Conscious, you're absolutely right. But I just feel like women do not like each other.
They don't. That's what I'm saying.
I don't. I just, it's really sad, but that's the truth.
Yeah.
And that's
it is
across
sad.
the
It
board.
is.
I don't care, black, white, or anything. Women do not like each other.
It's very sad, and this is why it's sometimes it's. I think the older women of a certain age, our own age, it is our responsibility to agree.
Hold on. It's some background noise that you guys. It's sound like something. Okay. Go ahead, Hart.
It's our responsibility as women of a certain age to pave the way to change that, and to a great degree, I agree with you, Conscious. It is Nicki's responsibility now. She sees, for instance, like, Cardi put all those different female artists on that that Netflix movie that what's her name did. Broken Is It? I don't remember the name of it, but anyway, she put all female artists on that soundtrack. She could have done that whole soundtrack herself.
Yeah.
But she put all the, and she put some girls on there that had dogged her out. And then some girls still won't follow her, like on Instagram and stuff like that, and will follow Nicki, even though Cardi's the one that put them on. But until we get to the point as women where we honor ourselves in every way, the conversation you was having last night, I found it interesting. I just didn't call in because I had to get up early this morning. But we have to honor ourselves as women before we can even think to be able to work with each other, because I'm fully strong in who I am. It doesn't matter to me. I want everybody to eat. I want everybody to win. I love helping female entrepreneurs grow. That's my thing. I love it. But I am a queen, and I know I'm a queen. And it doesn't matter how many other queens there are, but we don't love ourselves. That's the problem.
Yeah.
That
was my issue.
I'm sorry, boo.
Go
She
ahead.
said something earlier that's sitting on my spirit, and she said something again. Earlier when you said you don't really deal with women and you never really embraced your femininity. I grew up, my dad was a better parent, even though he was a pedophile. I talked about this a few times already on Conscious Panel. I grew up with brothers, Spanish brothers, black brothers, from the South to New York. And then I worked on the ambulance where I wore BDUs up until I hurt myself. And, that's a male-dominated workplace. And the women you see in my profile, they were so mean. They and then even when the first time I came to Conscious Panel, I was telling Yusef about this women's group. I thought we were, doing girls empowerment, and they was basically selling pussy. And I was asking the question related to my daughter, and I got laughed off about air quote being the shade of the room. And I'm from the South where everybody looks like me. I look like my grandma. I'm proud of my face, So now I live here with these shallow people that I keep slapping the fuck out these bitches. I've been, knocking it. Like, it gets bad. And I'm like, so now I'm in a position where I have an LLC. I just started a business. I got investors, but I don't want to walk in a room with these people.
So that's my question to y'all, to Nico and Hart and Brenda and Perp and Kiki and Reckless, is because this conversation happens also around kind of the collective of the Black community, where you have Black and brown people who've gotten so disgruntled and traumatized and heartbroken and frustrated with the trauma afflicted upon them by their own kind that they separate themselves and make themselves super individuals, or even sometimes go as far as to assimilating to whiteness and white male patriarchy, or assimilating other. And I always sit back and ask myself, like, there's a dualism here. Like, this is a very polarizing issue, because on one end, you have pale supremacy who have dysmorph the Black community to the point that now Black people are now the white people unto other Black people. So now pale supremacy can put the Black community in cruise control, and we can do all of pale supremacy's dirty work for it as a community, which is why we're destroying and hurting and injuring each other. But then, so as you have Black people afflicting Black people and reinforcing pale supremacy and forcing anti-Blackness, all things that are given birth to by pale supremacy, you still have the issue of this community of people in this country who nobody is going to care about but the people of the community. So it burdens us as Black and brown people to have to care for our own people who are also operating in the energy in the form of our open enemy. Because we know that what other Black and brown people are doing to us is also a product, not of themselves, but a product and a success and a result of pale supremacist sunken place psychology. They are the puppets and the clones, and they are operating as sufficient indoctrinated pale supremacists as Black and brown people unto other Black and brown people. So then the question becomes, how do I meditate and pray and love God and love my people enough to even love the enemy in the form of myself that's represented in my other Black and brown brothers and sisters? Because these people are the victims too. And I can't internalize the hate that I get and the rejection that I experience and the injury that I experience from my own people in a way, because I will only be furthering the agenda of destroying my community from the inside out by not giving a fuck anymore about my community, because they also are my enemy. So then where does that leave a community that nobody cares about aside from the people of that fucking community? Because we can't afford to not be Black. We can't afford to abandon Blackness, but we also are being bulldozed over as well by Blackness. And that's the burden of the Black ass fucking experience. Is trying to be the Yahshua in that shit. Trying to remain unstained and unscathed, and to see my community beyond their low vibrating shit, and to still do what's right beyond all the wrong that's being done to me by my own people. Because our only shot at liberation and transcendence is us, not them. No white savior is coming back for us. No pale motherfucker is coming back for us. None of the people responsible for what has been done to Black and brown people are coming back to clean up and take full responsibility for what has been done to Black and brown people. Black and brown people are 100% at this point responsible for cleaning up what the fuck someone else did in their home and in their life. And only some of us have the capacity to accept that, and others, like my girl Monica, who's a transgendered, dark-skinned Black woman who self-admittedly is damn near almost filled with hatred toward her own people. She can't be the Harriet Tubman. She don't have the capacity to be the Harriet Tubman. She don't want to save the same people who are reinforcing that injury that they've inherited through pale supremacy. And baby, let me tell you, at this point, and the discouragement is growing and growing and growing. And like the scriptures say, the field is plentiful, but baby, the laborers are becoming fewer and fewer, fewer.
Ooh, I had to turn this on. I'm tired, but I'm gonna tell y'all something here. There ain't no savior coming. I don't care what color, mayonnaise, pale, purple, pink, blue. We are out of the savior age and era, and we are in the era of the collective consciousness coming together. I feel what we have to first start doing is actually listening to what one another are saying first and honoring it rather than making some like automatically putting it through our lens, right? I just had a conversation on somewhere else on the YouTube streets, and I've had this conversation in real life where I have talked to some of our own people and said, we need to create our own schools, like legitimately, not some of these yahoos that claiming they done created a school and they ain't done nothing with their people's money. But that's another topic, another day. We need to create our own schools. We have to have our own businesses. We have to take back our own race. We were once, even in this country, even with all of the oppression and Jim Crow laws and everything, we were once a proud people. And we become a nation of twerkers. We've become a nation of oh, let me just go hit that blunt. Now I don't care what y'all do, okay? You know, I might hit one every now and again too. My point is we have become a caricature of from whence we came. That this, what we see today, is not our heritage. It is not who we are. But and I see comments, oh, I love me. Okay, that's great. I'm glad. But what I need y'all to do is hear the heart of Nico. You know, I've been told numerous times, I'm not black enough. I'm not this. I must have been born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Blah, 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 blah. Why? Because I have an education, because I'm a business owner, because I don't know what am I supposed to be? I don't understand. I am the queen that I am. But if I don't think, talk, and act the way that everybody else thinks I should, or certain people do, we have to understand what oppression really means. And really what the oppression has done is told us we can't. That's what it's told the masses. You can't do anything unless you're getting some handout. You can't do this because of this. You can't do that. You got to take can't out of it. I get that there is stuff. I've had guns pulled on me when I was at a routine traffic stop in a Dodge Caliber. I don't think I look like anybody that's committing a crime. Okay? I've had these things happen to me. I've dealt with my son being locked up for a long time for stuff that for much longer than his mayonnaise counterparts ever would have been. But we've got to, I'm not trying to be nobody's savior, first of all. If you want to stay in your shit, you stay in your shit. That's your business. I'm still presented to you, but I'm tired of us as this group that and I'm not saying you conscious, but I'm talking about people that's in this age, my age group, that we have made something. And every time I turn around, it's, you got to kiss the ring, or you got to kowtow, or you better not say that to that there white man, or you better not say that to this man, and you better not say that to your boss. Come on now, we got to get out the slave house. We got to get out the slave mentality. We have to. I'm holding space. I'm still here. And I can tell you every day I have melanated women coming to me saying, I'm coming here to start my business because I see you on Instagram, because I see you on YouTube, because I see you. And so I know I can do it. So we can still do it, Conscious. You being out here, I wasn't sure how to take you at first, honey, but I just love you.
Really?
And listen.
What gave you that initial perception? Like, okay, I don't know about this girl. I don't know about him, child. Well,
I just wasn't sure where you were coming from. Remember, my first real introduction to you was the Christmas Day Massacre, so I didn't know what was going on. You know, I'm like, oh, he gives me the Prince vibes, whom I met numerous times.
Amen.
And he is wonderful, wonderful energy. And you gave me all these different vibes. I just wasn't sure. And I'm like, it's Consciouztv, but there's a bunch of crazy stuff going on over here. But I just love you. And plus, you're my trine anyway. I'm a Cancer. So, you know, I love my Scorpio trines. Okay.
Yes.
I'm proud of what you've done. I can say that I'm proud, I'm proud of what you've done, and that you're out here having all these conversations and you let everyone come and have their speech and you honor and respect. right? You gather an edge when you need to. I heard the Scorpio read, but I ain't mad at it. I wish I could read like that.
Yeah, that typical Scorpio energy will come out in a heartbeat, honey, and that
we need you. We need that.
No, like I thank you for that. I'm receiving that and I'm going to be doing a lot.
But you gotta wait because we not finished. You have supreme discernment. That's why we all stop by. Real recognize real. Like, you know, you got that fresh thing going. I think we love each other. Right. You my next baby daddy. You don't know it yet.
Period.
And so yeah, we hear you when you speak, you know, because we're actually out here trying as women, you know, and it is discouraging because we're all sitting at different places. Like Sis Hart just said, people actually discredit you're Black, you know, and then I overstand the position of, and it's heartbreaking because I wish we could have tea. If we understand how white supremacy work, it's like they begin to call you ghetto if you're dark skinned or if you even hold on to customs, you know? So the more white you are, the more you appropriate, the less you have culture. And it just goes with the program, unfortunately. So it creates for the unfortunate proverbial barrel, the worst for people like me in everyday life. And then I got to meet with these investors, and this guy was like, because I don't trust white people. And I did not hesitate to tell this cracker that. So, and he's asking me for larger sums of money. And so he told me, you know, give me a week. And he was very honest, and they understand how we think as long as you're honest, you know? So I didn't feel intimidated. I didn't feel out of pocket. I feel extremely comfortable. I know I'm not getting scammed, you know? So it's just like a new world now where it's like, okay, the Pookies and the Ray Rays will scare you about the white man. That is a thing, you know? And we got to just stop, even with our parents, like failing us, they'll make you think that the times are still the same. It's not. A lot has really changed.
Or the Pookies and the Ray Rays will make us more comfortable with the white man.
Or they get you pregnant before you can get your bag.
Well, I just wanted to thank both of you, Conscious and Heart of Inspiration. You remind me so much of my cousin. Y'all look so similar, and she's also a Cancer like you. By y'all being truly who you are, it created a space to encourage me to do what I love and to do what I do. And I still plan on getting my consultation from you, Miss Hart. And I just appreciate what both of you brought to the table, because there was a lot of things I learned from you, Conscious.
Child, we've had some knockout, drag out, deep, some hard hitting dialogues over here. I even had the Purple Lover about to cast some witchcraft on me a few times. Child, I was pulling on her.
But it was just, you know, us actually communicating, and I've improved my communication skills a lot from actually having conversations with you that I can thank you for, Conscious. Because there's nobody I agree with 100% of the time, but when you can have open dialogues and learn, that's an amazing thing to me. Not right now. I can't eat right now, sir. And that's that Sagittarius fire energy bossing me around, forcing me to try and eat something. But that's why I love you guys so much, because there's a lot of questions that I have for you on Heart of Inspiration when I'm going to set up my consultation with you about doing some things with my business. I kind of got it up and running, but there's still quite a bit of stuff that I want to do. So I definitely appreciate that.
You can do that. I want to respect Consciousness channel.
I apologize, Conscious, because
make it happen.
Conscious, no, I don't mean no harm.
And I think people were asking for your YouTube channel and stuff too, Heart.
Okay. But it's Heart of Inspiration. It's real simple to find. I'm Heart of Inspiration on YouTube too, so that's where you can find me. Conscious, can we address something I'm seeing in the chat? I mean, I'm not sure Pepsi is addressing me that there's aggression. I was just looking through the chat.
Pepsi must have been saying that to me, because I'm the person who was giving some rah-rah, but I don't. Pepsi, can you clarify who you're speaking to as it relates to the aggression? I also wanted, while Pepsi doing that, the comment on the screen from Prissy Kudo. Hey, Prissy, like, how do y'all feel about, because I was just talking about some of our people who feel like this. They've thrown in the towel. Prissy Poodle says, I feel that I gave up on Black people a long time ago. Sometimes I have to get away from anything Black. Have you guys ever felt that way? And what do you do if you have? What do you do to recalibrate?
Absolutely. You know what? That's interesting for me, at least. I can't speak for anybody else. The more I discovered things like what our true heritage is. So like some of us are truly from Africa. Some of us are really actually dark indigenous people from this continent ourselves. So I would just begin to, the more I investigated and learned about our true culture and our true history and who I really am, and stopped looking at myself through the prism of assimilation, because I think that's, to me, desegregation. I know this might sound terrible, but it's almost one of the worst things that could have happened to us, because then we're separated and we got bused and we got moved around, and then you moved out of the neighborhood, and so there wasn't the community anymore. So I discovered that. And it's not that I don't believe in Christianity, so before anybody gets their panties in a bunch, gets all upset, but I'm just saying that I discovered a more expansive culture. And so now I know what it truly means to be Black. And quite frankly, I call in true people. Yeah. I don't call in people that just want to be ghetto and this, that, and the third. Now, sometimes I'll go and I'll try to be an example for, right? Yeah. And I will reach back. But once I discovered my culture and then made sure that I got surrounded myself with people, that made a huge difference.
For sure. Pepsi had clarified, and they were speaking of you for some reason, the lady with the braids. That's Hearts of Inspiration. Can you clarify what you mean, Pepsi, about aggression?
Yeah, I don't know what aggression
Heart of Inspiration has never been aggressive on this platform at all. So can you kind of clarify that, Boo? As Pepsi is doing that, can do anybody else on the panel have anything to say to Prissy Poodle's plight, that she's kind of done and over the Black community? Like how do you all feel about?
I do. I actually do, because there's been times where you can look at like different sectors of YouTube where it's supposed to be like the conscientious community, and can be very frustrating and intense. The main thing is to recognize that we're not a monolith, that there's many layers to us, and that it's really about finding your soul tribe. There are people who, just like me and Heart and Inspiration and Consciouztv, have things in common. You'll find your people, and be okay with not agreeing 100% of the time. Just like Conscious said, me and him have gotten into some interesting conversations.
Passionate conversations.
Yes. It's that Aries and that fire and water combination going on. But it's about just really allowing yourself the space to explore and be curious about your own people. For me, I am an Aboriginal person of this country, as well as Black. So that combination has allowed me to find my community. And right now I'm an associate chief of my tribe. So it's just about allowing yourself to really connect fully into you, which will help you to figure out where your sacred space is. Because one of the things we also have to stop doing is stop going into spaces where we're tolerated and not celebrated.
Amen. Okay. I know that Heart is getting geared up. Before you respond to Pepsi, Heart, I know Reckless, you was gonna speak to the plight, who just said also in the chat, because I'm gonna insert this. She also said to her plight, especially after the YouTube rose. So, Prissy Poodle, like myself and my mentor and a few other of my particular peers, we were harassed and stalked and doxxed and slandered for 2 years straight on this here platform. And everything was said about us, from being scammers to drug addicts to prostitutes. I mean, my mentor was, they said, egregious, untrue, unfounded things about him. It was just nastiness for 2 years straight. And a lot of people got bitter through that experience. Of course, it was a lot that had happened on a very public platform, and that's just online blackness. That ain't even, you know, in conjunction with real life, whatever you're experiencing through your community. So, and I went through that stuff too. You know, I don't feel the way Prissy feels, but the frustration I feel in a moment, I can understand how it could lead to a long-term state of mind. My frustration didn't remain long-term, but I can understand that. So for Black and brown people who have been molested, they've been raped, they have suffered profoundly at the hands of anti-Blackness and colorism. Like, you guys don't know how many older women, I'm talking about like my grandmother's age. I had an ex-boyfriend who told me almost verbatim a situation that my grandma experienced. And I could not believe that two women from two different sides of the United States had literally the same experience. Both my grandma and my ex-boyfriend's grandmother are dark-skinned women, and they both were rejected by their mothers because the stepfather who the mother was with did not want a black dark-skinned baby in the house. They both had to sleep on an enclosed porch. This woman slept on an enclosed porch as a young girl. My grandmother slept on an enclosed porch. She wasn't allowed to be in the house, and she was never received by her mother's boyfriend. And there's been like really horrific abandonment. I mean, that has just happened. And once again, you know, if you are Black and brown and your financial situation only allows you to live in a low income place, you probably experience a lot of theft, burglary, crime, violence, you know, lots of gun shootings, there's danger, there's, you know, sexual assault is amplified. And so for Black and brown people who have seen the worst of their own people and they also don't understand the system. They don't understand where it comes from. So they can only judge a book by its cover. It looks black, it's brown, Black and brown people doing this. Black and brown people evil. Black and brown people wicked. Because they aren't even educated beyond what gives way, all the systemic issues that resurrect and manifest the way that Black and brown people engage themselves in this country and their environment, etc. So, Reckless, you was about to speak. I'll let you chime in too if you've ever felt similar to that. If you feel that way, I know you have had. I know you, them Hotep niggas. They remind you of everything you don't like about Black and brown people. Like, what is your attitude?
Okay, so yes, I have had that experience. Yes, I've also felt that way. But however, what has transitioned me from having that sort of mindset, because even mine wasn't, I felt like, even though I never stated, you know, I always try to dress it up, but however, deep in my heart, it was boiling, it was there. What got me out of that, now this is gonna be shocking because, you know, I always give this man the blues, bitch. I nitpick and I pick out what I take from this man, Clear Monago. When he said the whole thing of realizing that where it comes from, and also making sure that we're not a monolith. And also, and this is what I'm going to insert from my experience, as in me being able to recognize where it comes from, me being able to recognize and also know why we are the way that we are when it comes down to colorism, when it comes down to homophobia, transphobia, patriarchy, toxic patriarchy, all those different types of things. But at the same time, if needed, go to war if my safety is at risk. Because I also understand and know how dangerous it can get. So I can love you as my Black brothers and sisters, but however, if you're willing to chop my head off, bitch, I'm gonna have to grab my sword as well too. So I guess that's the whole thing of me realizing that where it's coming from, why us as black people, melanated people, excuse me, act the way that we do, and also realizing that that's not everybody's experience. The same way how conscious, it was something that you said, the same way how on a bigger scale people think that there's this agenda or something like this, but yet we don't take account for the people that we know personally, as in with the context of the conversation was talking about, is talking about gay people, how hoteps think of this gay agenda, gay agenda, but yet they don't think there's a gay agenda when it comes to their gay cousin that they love so much. So yes, we can say, oh, black people this, black people so evil, and it can be true to a certain extent, but at the same time, we don't take into account of the personal experiences that also denounce that narrative as well. So that's how I kind of got over it.
Okay. Anybody else want to?
I want to add to Reckless, and better than that, not for nothing, for Prissy, we can't get away from being black if we tried. Spanish dude tried to run me over when I was picking up my baby. I was on the sidewalk just because I look cute and black. White Hispanic guy and his family stopped like, yo, what's wrong with you? Where's you doing that for? It was just weird. So even when we're tired of our own people, there are still other people at us all the time, where whether or not we care about
out of the house conflict.
Right.
And also you have to realize you're dealing with a group that has just come out of slavery. It has not been that long ago for us. I had grandparents that were basically had their parents that was in slavery. And with that trauma doesn't disappear overnight. A lot of this is you're comparing yourself to other groups that did not have this type of recent trauma for centuries going on. And it's not to make an excuse, but you also have to recognize what you're dealing with. One of the things that I say in my belief system, sometimes you just have to look at the crap show that you created and acknowledge it's a crap show in order to deal with it and to be able to heal from it and to move away from it. But you can't get angry at people for not being exactly where you are. Just like on this panel here, we're all at different stages in our spirituality and with our perspectives of the world according to what we've all been through and what we've all experienced. Just like there's certain things right now, like the comment that's on the screen, that person is interpreting Hearted Inspiration as aggressive because of their perspective. That's not my experience, and Conscious said that it's not his experience. So you got to realize we can't all come to the same situation and see the exact same thing. And because of our perspectives, we may see it completely differently. And that has to be okay too. Because one of the things is we're not all going to get there at the same time. Some of us are going to be ahead. Some of us are going to be a little bit further back. And it's okay. Sometimes it's not the how soon you get there, but the journey of getting there, period.
Like that.
And sometimes we want a destination to something that's really about the journey.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what's perfect, boo? So this week I have to do family life cycle in school. I'm getting my bachelor's in human service. And I wanted to read something to Hearts of Inspiration, sis. Listen to this. So this week we had to do men in the family life cycle, women in the family life cycle, sexuality in the family life cycle. So this particular part hit me like a ton of bricks. And okay, so I just want to say this before I read it. Did everybody here know that a stay-at-home mom is a myth? Women have never stayed at home. They always work. So it's weird to hear the Black manosphere saying that women with career and things. Like I have citation that have like, these people are saying that these are myths that people are arguing about in today's society. But okay, I'm going to read this for Heart. As eco-feminist scholars have pointed out, many pre-agriculture and pre-industrial societies were organized around earth-based religions, where the feminine principle, fertility goddesses, and their nature symbolism were preeminent. But eventually, these earth-based religions were crushed under the weight of patriarchal, militaristic sky gods of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. These religions are inherently dualistic, and thus they provide the world into opposites and assign differential value to these opposites, such as one is valued and one is devalued. Good, evil, light, dark, male, female, spirit, flesh. In this way, maleness is associated with the high order realms of mind, spirit, and culture, technology, while femaleness is associated with low order realms of the body, the flesh, and earth nature. From this perspective, sexuality is deemed bad, sinful, dangerous to the extent that it operates at a level of flesh. And this is inherently a low order function associated with femaleness. Hence, the sin that is found in sex is rendered inherently female.
Yep. Absolutely.
That was my holy grail for my thesis.
I love that.
That's going to be my dissertation. Okay.
I love that.
100. Go for it, sis.
Okay.
That is freaking awesome.
That's amazing.
That's perfection. I love it. Speaking of hearts of inspiration, Pepsi says this narrative earlier was a bit aggressive, and even your last statement regarding ghetto people is an oxymoron with regards to your platform. And Pepsi just stated as well that I was merely speaking on how I received your message. And you showed again that this is the reason why the younger generation avoids addressing a lot of topics.
Oh, okay, beloved. This is what I'm going to say. I'm not trying. First of all, I was not wanting for you to explain anything because I was coming at you, or I was, there's no backlash here. Absolutely none. I operate under seek first to understand. I'd rather understand where you're coming from so I know how I'm being perceived by you so that I can speak to your heart and not hurt your heart, because that's not my heart. Sometimes we say things, right? I speak in very plain, boom, okay? I speak from a space of neutrality. There's neither good nor bad, right? There's light and there's shadow, but there's neither good nor bad because I no longer get affected by all that. I mean, it is what it is. So what I said, though, was ghetto acting people. So you have to also understand I'm 53, almost 54 years old. There's a certain level of type of person that we would classify as ghetto. I could probably say ignorant acting or what have you, but let me tell you what I mean by that. What I mean by that is there are some people that don't want anything more than what they have. And rather than listening or rather than receiving help, they would rather attack, and I would just say me personally, for coming to help, and not in a condescending manner or anything like that at all. I didn't mean to be aggressive. I just said a thing that is a thing that has been a thing in my personal experience. I've sat there with young mothers and that were the same in similar situations that I was when I was a young mother, unwed, right? And tried to assist them, say, hey, you know what? Let me teach you Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel, and let me get you some actual skills so you can go work in the office and not have to work, manual labor, or not have to sit home. Right? And so these are skills. Let me teach you how to write a proper email. Let me help you with your resume. And I got called sadiddy, bougie, white girl, all kinds of stuff. Who the hell did I think I was coming down here? You must think I'm stupid. Sis, if I thought you were stupid, I wouldn't even try to teach you. I wouldn't even try. So there is a mentality, that's what I'm saying. And that mentality, there's actually Italian ghettos and other ghettos if you look through. So I did not mean to offend. And so I do apologize. Forgive me for offending. That wasn't my intent. But we need to be able to have conversations. My cat wants attention. We need to have conversations and be all right with somebody asking us to explain our perspective. That's the way that we grow. this right now society is nobody is if you say, well, I don't agree with you, then all of a sudden somebody got to take offense to it. I don't take no offense. It don't matter to me because it ain't gonna make me no darn bit of difference one way or the other. Okay, but I want to understand you. That's my heart. So to me, an inspiration, it's not an oxymoron. If I can inspire somebody to come outside themselves and actually look at the situation they're in and their closest 5 friends and say, I don't want to be like this. I want to get up and get out. I want to get up and make something. I want to get up and make something of myself and leave a legacy for my children. Then I've done my job. And sometimes I got to hit you a little hard for you to get it. But I did not mean to offend you. It's
Tough
not my
love
heart.
is still love nonetheless.
Yeah.
And there was also no backlash from me. All I was saying is that because we all have different experiences, the perception can be altered because you're relating to the experience through your past experiences. That was not to take a dig at you. That was just saying that I was making the very point of we were all in the same experience, but because of where we are in our perceptions, that's what allowed you to say what you said. And it was nothing against you. It was simply saying that we also have to be mindful that everybody's experience is not going to be the same. Everybody's perception is not going to be the same.
But
It
at
was
the end
really
of the
about
day, everybody's truth is in their perception.
Right.
correct. But all I was saying is that we have to allow space for that to be okay.
Who was speaking just now? Who has said that?
That's me, boo.
Who?
Nico.
Oh, hey, Nico. Okay, because I can't see nobody now because I got the banner. I had put the banner up. I had put the overlay up because we
You
have
put the pink haired
chocolate.
ladies up
No,
here.
and I said that to say because everybody you meet them where they're at, like Hart said. And I was unbothered because when I heard you said it was wild over here, I said, "Oh, she a bougie freak," like. I'm ghetto, and I'm fine. I can't walk in a room and follow the rules. That's just not me. I'm going to get anxiety. I move around a certain way. I feel safe in my skin. I just can't do that. I don't even fit in socially anyway. So why bother? You get what I'm saying?
But that's not ghetto.
Yeah, I mean, right. But depending on who you ask, that could be very ghetto. Ask my sister. She's afraid to go out with me. Right.
You know what?
So I get
Because
it.
you don't act according to what's expected, so that it can be deemed as
Yeah, I turn up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what I mean by that at
I
all.
also want to introduce Chocolate Earth. Are you there? Chocolate Earth. I brought you up from the back, from backstage, but your screen is white, which is why the banner is up. I don't hear you saying anything, boo. I don't know whether you're having a connection issue, so I'm gonna have to. Can you hear me? Okay, I think you're having some kind of connection issue. See if you can get your situation together. We are gonna wrap very soon. I'm gonna kick you out so you can try to come back in maybe, and then we'll try that again. Whoever else wanted to speak to whatever point. Let me see if did Pepsi respond to. I don't think Pepsi has said anything yet.
That's okay. That's all right. I hope she heard I hope it hurt my heart.
Prissy Poodle says, that's how I was when I was attending the HBCU. I wanted to be like the other Black people, the upper echelon of the community. Yeah, it's a lot.
It's not easy to be Black. It's not easy to be Black and to be excellent. It's not easy to be Black and just be you, like whatever you is. It's not easy, but we have to stop trying to conform to what society tells us we should be, and we have to just accept each and every one of us for how we are. I don't think anybody on this panel fits in. I know I don't, and I'm proud of that, child. I don't fit in. I'm the black sheep of my family, honey. Everybody else is just like, oh my God, she over there pulling tarot cards and doing astrology and all that stuff. She doing that devil work. Okay, well, I'm doing that devil work, but you sure enough call me when you need something, don't you?
Amen. That's it. That devil work turned into God work soon as somebody in trouble, real quick. Matter of fact, I wanna want to ask Purple Lover and Heart, can we do a tarot reading show? Like, can you? I would love to have you guys come up here and display y'all talents. Maybe take some people in the comment. We throw some cash at you.
I want to read it. I'll do a cash app.
Like,
Yeah,
can we do that?
I would absolutely love that.
Because we got 3 card readers, but Mr. Reckless up here don't feel he done dusted the dust off enough to be ready for servitude. So, because I would love him to be a part of that too.
Yeah, come on.
How you feel, Reckless? Yeah, okay. Like, so
I can be part of it.
Can we do that? We need to do
that.
Yes, definitely.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now,
so
I don't do the tarot, I do the oracle, but I'm more than down for it.
Okay, cool. So I have your information. Put your email, Heart of Inspiration, in the private chat for me, so I can contact you. Okay. We hold on. I think we got Chocolate, because I'm gonna see if we can get Chocolate back up here, and then we're gonna wrap. Chocolate, are you there, love? Can you hear me, darling? I can't hear you. I can't see you. I'm gonna have to get a call-in number, because I think that'd be easier for a lot of viewers too. It's just a call-in rather than hit the StreamYard link. Okay. Well, I need to wrap, guys. Is there any? Okay, I got you, Heart. Is there any lasting words on any parting words on the discussion tonight from anybody? Starting with I'm gonna end on you, Reckless. Starting with Brenda. If Miss King is still there, she might be a descendant, you guys, of the great Luther. Okay.
Never
Brenda
know.
might be asleep, honey. Pass the fuck out on the screen. Go ahead, Perp.
I just want to.
Oh, Purple. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, you can go ahead, honey. I can wait. No problem.
Oh, that's right, because I'm going to get this darn cat off here because she got something to say clearly. I don't know if you want to talk about the Nicki thing or whatever, but can we just love ourselves, please? I think that's the issue. Let's support each other, women. I love all of my queens in here. Okay, all of my queens. I don't care what gender you are. I love y'all. And so let's all support one another in love. That's all. And we're going to make a difference.
Can I, before you leave, I want to say this to what you just said, Heart. I feel like to see Nicki, it's like she swings it between higher woke consciousness, and then she brings it back to the ego, because sometimes she used language like the industry and the machine, and I'm like, yes, girl, like you're taking it off the players and you're making it about the game, the system, the matrix that makes the players play the way they play. It's not the players that are really it's that. And so I just like want her to just like recognize that it's not other women she's at war with, it's the patriarchy that is oppressing her. And she's taking it, she's thinking that the women also who are competing up against that patriarchy is her competition. I'm like, it's not. And anytime you're mad at your sister, I would rather you can be mad at her, but I would rather you also be aware that your sister is a product of the same thing that got y'all both mad in the first place, which is that system that got y'all both fighting for territory, fighting for ownership. Oh, celebrate me because I'm wearing pink wigs, or 60 wigs. Like all of that is about a fight because of a lack. It's not, and you keep making other people fighting for more too. The enemy, and they're only doing what you're doing. They're fighting for space. They're fighting for autonomy. They're fighting for resource. It's not y'all are not the problem. Mm-hmm. It's the barrel y'all in. That's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you say to that?
I think that maybe we are seeing Nicki begin to realize that she got played. I think we're beginning. I'm sorry, Gemini likes to show her butt. That Nicki's starting to finally realize not that she's gotten played, and that it's and when you start to wake up like that, sometimes it's not that easy to come fully awake. So she's realizing that, but she's also realizing she played herself. There's a lot of choices she made that Lord knows she shouldn't have made. So, and now she's recognizing it. So, yeah, that's what I think. I think she's just coming to that realization, and I don't know. Hopefully, it's not too late for us to accept her back.
Okay. I want to welcome a Chocolate Earth. Thank you for making the boo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Can you guys
great.
hear me? Oh,
Yes, I can hear you.
perfect. Oh,
Thank you for
God.
being here. I'm glad you finally
Yes.
get in.
Man, I was struggling over here. I was like, this is some craziness.
But you persevered, hell. Feminine energy perseveres as always. I know we probably said a lot. So what are your thoughts on?
I just want to say one, thank you for having these type of conversations, because I have these type of conversations with my sisters, and it always seems like, oh, they want to say, you know, women don't have these kind of conversations, men don't have these conversations, but we do. It is time. I'm not sure. I don't want to say it wrong, but whomever had stated that it is time for us to have our own businesses, our own industry, our own manufacturing, our own agriculture. For about 4 or 5 years, I've been studying agriculture, how to grow anything from herbs to cabbage to fruit. I know how to weave cotton. Like I've taken it there. And that was because we don't make anything. We don't have anything. And now with inflation, it's like, what are we going to do? Think about how many people are suffering right now because they can't afford groceries. So, and then I want to say as well, Conscious, I love you. I just want to tell you, I love you. I love your hair. I just want to let you know that real quick. Thank you. Heart of Inspiration, Kiki, Purple Up, Nico, Reckless. You guys are inspirational. And this is my first time actually doing this. I don't get on YouTube like this.
Hey, party over here.
You guys just inspired me so, because when I told my family, I said, this is what I want to do. I started looking at land, and it all ties in together, even from the rap game to the agriculture game. If we are sitting up going, we are always going to be in competition with one another, nothing's ever going to happen. But it's put in place that way to keep us envious of one another. It's keeping up with the Joneses mentality that has been going on since the 50s. And all of a sudden, Black folks have decided they want to go back. Do you really? Do you really want to go back to the 1950s where you had to drink out of one water fountain and I had to drink out of another? So, but then when you have the conversation of let's build something, let's have our own schools. There is, and speaking to like Nicki Minaj and different Black female celebrities, instead of us uplifting all pieces, Nicki Minaj does not own a record label. She is a part of the industry that was created by men. This industry wasn't created by women. So it's like, now, if we're going to make a stance, I grew up in that era with Queen Latifah, and I grew up with, MC Light and all these different type of women that we got to see. And as it was stated earlier, they are a collective. And that's what it has to come down to, is that we become a collective. It's scary, yes. You're not always going to find people who think like you, but right here kills that by just the conversations that you guys are having. And I came across you, Conscious, one night. I have horrible insomnia, so I can't.
That's why I be up here for 10 hours.
Yes, I was like, is he on here for 6 hours? Okay, I'm about to get a whole bunch done. So and I was telling my sister, I was like, oh my God, his hair, I can't. I was like, I'm gonna need to holler at you about that. But anyway, to my point, and then I'm done. I just want to say that please continue to do this. I know for me, like for instance, Chocolate Earth is my baby. I looked at 10 acres of property that I'm hoping to turn into something where I can provide food and teach people how to grow. You can live in an apartment, and you can live in a house, or you can live on some property, and you can grow your own food. And that is where that begins the whole, our own businesses, our own manufacturing, our own steadiness of it. And yeah, it is going to have to be the majority of women who start this, especially Black women, if we want to save something for our children and our young women and our young men. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
That was powerful. Like, I love that. I wish and we're going to talk more as a people about agriculture and growing our food, starting community-based gardens in our own communities, like turning our damn balconies into gardens. I mean, like, you know, and passing these skill sets down to children, you know, and when you was talking, it kind of sparked me because I know something that's a running theme in the Hotep community is this race war. Y'all better know who you're fighting for. And I'm like, what survivable skills do we have to be prepared for not adhering to the capitalistic system that we're all under right now? What could you do if you didn't have a job? If you couldn't go to the grocery store?
Look what I was in the Bronx doing.
Like, what? Boom! Come on,
oh my God, that's awesome!
Let me say this. Let me say this.
The whole window pane of life, honey.
Oh my God!
I love my plants. I can't stand people. Right.
Let me say this.
I love my plants. So I left my email for you, Chocolate, in the back because I was doing the same thing. I'm from South Carolina, but I was going to relocate. I don't know. I'm running out of window space, closet space. I just invested in a garden.
Right. I definitely need to talk to both of you.
Okay. Like, it's a great time to be a Black woman, not for nothing. These white men around here telling all these lies, y'all, talking about women ain't never ran nothing when we birthed everything. So now with a time where we're not listening to these dusties and we're taking control of our own education and they fail to do that, we're fine. I promise we're fine.
The slayage. Black women are killing shit right now. I mean, they're killing shit right now. Yes.
But we have to work together. We have to work together. And like what you're doing, Conscious, it's like when you look at men and women, whatever, it's the aesthetic. So it's like, I don't care what you look like on the outside. You still my brother. You still my sister. Whether I like you or not, it is going to come down to the fact. That's right. So it's like, I have, unfortunately, my mom had passed away last year. And now, thank you. And now I am raising my younger brother. And that is something definitely right now where we've become enemies about silliness that makes no sense. And to your point, if we want, they keep hollering about they want civil war. You don't, what are you going to do? Where would you be if something really breaks out? Like, I'm extreme. I believe in prepping. I believe in having your own home.
I got the Bronco brand with the underground
Exactly. We don't have a plan. We don't discuss. We don't have like, it was a joke, but I was serious. I was like, we should have a coalition from every subculture within the Black culture, from the ratchet to the educated, so that we can have these discussions and really go, okay, listen, if something go down, because it's the, instead of all of these distractions, it's about, look at what's happening. They're taking all of they're trying to kill history out of the books that our children are in school. You know what I mean? It's like, there are so many things that we could be taking care of. And we sitting around here worrying about whether somebody like you or not. Honey, I don't have time. But yes.
Get in line, honey. Pick a ticket.
I'm in a heartbeat, sis. I don't sell pussy. Right.
I need to bring you back, Chocolate Earth, and also bring you back, Nico, and we talk about this gardening thing.
Oh, I would love to. I'd be honored. Oh my gosh, yeah.
We need to get into that for real. Like,
yes.
And
oh yeah.
Milk and Cookies, a podcast. That fuzzy feeling you are experiencing liberation, baby. That's
right. That's right. That's right. That's that energy. Hello.
You listen to a richness of thought.
Don't forget, Wait. The most important part. Don't forget Miss Barbara, because she always telling us to fucking grow squash. So don't forget Miss Barbara. Do not forget Miss Barbara.
Damn Miss Barbara, baby, because she want these kids to be selling these carrots and apples on the sidewalks, baby.
I knew I was gonna find something we have in common. We got right.
Yes.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. But
can you do me a favor? Do you have a YouTube channel? No?
Yes, I do. I just started our Chocolate Earth Foundation page. I'm getting ready to put all our stuff on there. So I'm a one-woman show. So yeah, I'm a little slow, but yes, I do. I have a page. Yes.
Do me a favor. Can you write? Well, because I know you knew the stream there. Do you know how to write in a private chat? Or if you don't mind, could you give your email?
No, I don't mind at all. Let me go in here. So this is the private chat right here.
Yeah. And just type in
perfect.
Now, Aniko, what are you doing tomorrow? Because I owe you a phone call so we can get something set up that we spoke about a week or two ago. What are you doing tomorrow?
I'm home all day until 2:30 and 3:30, and then I'm back all day.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow so we can do what we plan on doing.
Yes.
And we can get that situated so I can be a man of my damn word. Because I've been a lot going on, but I gotta come back for my Nico. So I got it on Chocolate Earth. So and,
you can call me Shakira. That's my first.
Okay, Shakira. Hold on. Let me screenshot all you guys and stuff. Oh, I think somebody dropped off by accident. Okay. Okay. Well, for Chocolate, I'm going to email you, boo. I need to bring you and Nico back for some stuff. Heart of Inspiration and Perp. I'm going to be contacting y'all about the readings show. It's going to be freaking epic and so fun and nuts. And thank you guys for being a part of tonight.
I'm excited.
Thank you for having me.
Yes.
I love you guys. All y'all be just watching for emails from me.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good one, guys.
Thank you.
All right,
Love you guys.
Good night.
Thank you so much.
Bye, sweetheart.
Bye.
And then there was two, honey. There was motherfucking two, bro. What? Any part? Are you coming back for the reading? Because you know the kids gonna pile in for them readings, baby. They want to know what's going on Tuesday, honey. What's happening next Wednesday, honey? Is this stinking marriage gonna work out? Is my son gonna get off them drugs, honey? Is Big Mama gonna hit the lottery, bitch? You know, the people gonna pile in, baby, for the prophecies. So this gives you time to dust the shoulders of your cords, or honey, consult with the spirits. Let them know you need to be on 10, honey. You got to come through with the mutant abilities. You already got the crystal ball. You be advertising every goddamn stream.
Bitch, they finna call us all types of witches, bitch.
Let me tell you something too, honey. I'm about to change my damn email because these motherfucking stands ain't about to be motherfucking doing the most big. Girl, some of these hoes is pressed, baby. They is pressed. Look, I can assure you guys, like I said in the beginning, honey, I'm gonna take it back to the beginning.
You better not say what I think you're about to say.
No matter what you heard to motherfucking night, bitch. I don't give a damn what you think you heard, honey. I can assure you, we don't hate Miss Nicki Minaj. We just want her to do better, okay? Because, baby, when you one of the only kinds of your species left, girl, and the species is damn near extinct, honey. Yes. You got to do what you did on that BET stage, baby. You got to throw it back, lay it low, spread it wide, and give birth. Okay? You got to populate the female community, honey. Heaviest in head, nowhere pound. So I love Miss Onika's music. I don't have to like her as a person. That ain't going to stop her bag, her shine, the quality of her life, because I don't want to have a phone call with her. However, I hope that what she said in that interview is true. I hope motherhood and being a seasoned veteran at this point is going to make her move a little differently. She's going to take more initiative to be more supportive and to use her resources accordingly and to give more credit where it's due. We can start with Kim for sure. And, you know, I'm going to be holding her to it, okay? And I'm going to still play Feeling Myself instrumental, whether you like it or not. I'm going to still bump it as my intro music, whether you like it or not, baby. Call me whatever you want to call me, baby. Okay, but I'm going to do me, baby, so you best to do you. Anything you want to say as parting words? Do you feel like we were haters tonight?
I would say that it came off as that way. I can tell you that much, bitch, because we went in. But which is why I kept preferencing examples of the behavior to just about say I'm not just pulling this out of my ass. There's multiple times that which is why I also preference the whole Sukiana and Cupcake to say it's not always about the distant, it's behind the scenes stuff. You can diss and go about your business because there's the example of it right here, right there, and everywhere else. So, you know, but the whole thing about it, the ones that get it, they're going to get it. The ones that's going to take time to get it, they're going to get it eventually. And the ones that just not going to get it, just it is what it is. And nothing we can do. Maybe we're not the right messenger for you. Maybe you have coming from somebody else that speaks your language or can speak to speak a certain dialogue, have a certain dialogue for you. It is what it is. So.
And just remember, bitch, when you want to question me, you just question Playtime is over, part 1 and 2, honey. Okay, when you want to question me, you just move right on over to Playtime is over, part 1 and part 2. Before we get out of here, I see we got hey.
Hi. Okay, we're not gonna keep it long because you know Conscious will do a 24-hour live stream.
We was about to kick it off. We about to close it out, honey. So I guess you want to sound off on our way out the door.
Yeah, on your way out the door. I'm throwing tomatoes at the back of y'all head because y'all really try to play my girl. Don't play it. You see Barbie on the wrist tag.
Who, Nikki?
Yeah, y'all played it, but it's okay.
You would
y'all
be
had
a
a good
Nikki
show today.
You would be a Nikki fan.
You know I'm about Conscious. You see the 30-inch weave with the double pack. You know it's middle part.
But you act like Miss Kim.
She said middle part.
Miss Kim is the queen of weaves too.
Who said? I forgot. You Conscious. You up there in age, baby. So I forgot you coming from a different.
No, it's not that. He's coming from the original time.
I really don't want us to tussle. I don't want to see you said on y'all way, y'all had y'all back turned to the door and y'all was on your way out. I said I threw a tomato.
But you know, but the thing is, the difference between me and Conscious like to turn the other cheek. I have no problem turning back around.
Oh, then let me go get my tomato can. Now I'm throwing tomato cans.
Let's go. I love ketchup. Let's go, baby.
Bye, Barb. Your time is up, Barb.
Love you,
honey. I'm gonna call your ass just because
love you guys.
I got something to tell you. All right, baby. Knockout. This was great. Thank you for holding it down.
Did you say knockout?
I did call you knockout. Oh my god, because I gotta call him too, because he had texted me. I gotta call his ass too. Reckless.
Your mind everywhere again.
Thank you for gracing me. I love having you on the platform. Like you kind of becoming a permanent, and I like it. I like that we can just get up here and talk shit and shoot the shit and keep it real and give everybody opportunity to sound the fuck off. I don't know why would you bother emailing me when you can click the link and have a whole discussion, girl? Like,
I told you.
Emailing me not gonna change my mind. It ain't gonna make me change the tune in my blues. It ain't gonna reform my thinking and psychology, baby. Like, ain't nobody gonna read paragraphs and damn Bible verses of your damn thoughts, bitch, when you could have condensed that into a 2-minute or verbal and audible exchange, honey. You think I want to sit here and yield my time to read in line by line what you got to say about and in defense of Miss Nikki? You think that's how I'm going to spend my time and my emails? Is exploring your brain about your leader. Yeah, that's not
to be quite honest, I told you that was gonna happen, and that keep in mind this is only in the live view.
And that motherfucker was blocked from the email, honey.
And let's just be
email server unfindable.
When this video actually goes through, baby, actually hits YouTube and it stays up there, they finna hit these comments. Just like I told you.
Well, they can do
They finna
this
tear
now.
us up, bitch.
Because a bitch ain't got to never get ready because a bitch stay ready. If you like it, then you shut up. Hold up. What, bitch?
They talking about
Put Lil' Kim on it, bitch. And Joe Budden, bald head ass, go over there and tell him he need to have the real queen in the chair next then. Okay? Because if you're going to sit artificially flavored down, baby, you can at least give us organic peach in the chair. Put an organic peach in the throne, honey. I want to hear from a real apple, bitch. Okay? And not a genetically altered one. So, Miss Budden, tis top chop, bitch. We're waiting. Now, you guys know, thumbs up, share, what I good jazz, honey. Sound off in the comments, you know, whatever your thoughts are. Keep it cute, keep it mute. We love you guys. I want to shout out to, I think, did I get a cash app? Did I get some cash apps up here? I might have got a cash app on my earlier live. It's so much shit going on. Like, I feel like I can make content per hour at this point. Like, it is literally that much shit to talk about going on in the world.
Yeah. Now someone put a thumbs down.
That's fine, thumbs down, bitch. Because you're clicking your view sends me right on into the algorithm, Miss Mamas. You're clicking your view. What's my algorithm, boo? Okay. You put that thumbs down in Nikki's ass, bitch.
Oh
now,
my God,
we got so much shit to talk about. So I'm gonna be coming back to you guys on the platform first thing in the morning, honey. So expect some news. We're probably gonna have a full day of content creating tomorrow.
Y'all won't see me. I'm be at work.
Yes, this is old working class girl, honey. The streets be calling, bitch. The streets be calling. But the people, you know, every time you come on, people love you. They be trying to find you. Can you once again give the people your YouTube channel and your Instagram handle?
Got you. My Instagram is Strictly Reckless. My Instagram is Strictly Reckless. My YouTube channel is Reckless Logic, the name that you see as my username right now.
Oh,
and that's a period. You with this freaking moaning.
Oh, hold on.
Give you over here giving a nasty piece of porn style. Yes, ma'am.
We just need to hold on. We just need to bounce all out the door to. I mean, I think Kim said it better, baby. To all the folk who disgruntled and mad over the commentary tonight. We just want you to know one thing. If we bounce all out the door, honey, I just want them to just hear it in Kim's own words. Not that these are her words, not mine, bitch. These are her. This is the notorious KIM's word, baby. Everywhere I go. Bitches making face like an ace in door.
I lived for this video.
It ain't stretch and it ain't shit you can tell us. You even got some of these haters jealous, but tonight and about to sell us. I got sex appeal and I'ma keep it real. Depending on how I feel, I might go on a I got a whole bunch of oil in them out. Y'all heard the guy Lil Kim said, what, bitch? It don't matter what a man ass hoe got to say, honey. What, Kim? Doing what I gotta do. So why y'all keep hating on me and my crew?
Jesus.
True. If I was you, I'd hate me too. I make offers nobody can refuse. You might see me on the Channel 9 News. I get paid just for laying in the shade to take pictures with a glass in the name.
Bitch, that fucking singing took me out, bitch.
Wanted me so bad you ain't copped the bootleg.
Y'all niggas play like a hot top face. Some of the shit I hear.
I know how it got played. Y'all and y'all went out and bought it. I rock Versace and no, I ain't paid for it.
My fam deep with security in the Jeep.
When the queen come and count everything. Shout out to the originals, bitch. Shout out to people who are truly unique, bitch. Shout out to motherfuckers who have an identity, bitch.
Conscious, I thought you said we're not supposed to be hated.
Shout out to those who can't be duplicated, can't be imitated, baby. There can only be one, bitch.
Oh, girl, they finna tear this comment section up.
Fuck